Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, February the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, on a personal note, the Amazon trade actually worked out okay for me. I did, in fact, hold it. You guys are in the room yesterday. You know I was holding this one. They had an initial pop all the way up to 117, and as it was coming down, I got rid of the half that I held at around 116, and so it worked out okay. Of course, I was really hoping for about a 20 or 30 or $40 pop, but it didn't happen. Anyway, so that's the Amazon trade for me yesterday. Apple had earnings after hours also. Kind of muted right now. I know. I think it dropped about 5% or so, 4% or 3% after hours, but down 2.2% right now. So not the the normal sterling earnings release that Apple is known for. And the job numbers came out at 5:30 at 8:30 Eastern time. And good news is bad news for the market. So good news, a lot of jobs created, but they look at that as being not able to control inflation the way they want. So anyway, that's why this market is starting to tank right now. Big red bar on that job summer release. So what else is happening? Nordstrom's. This is an interesting one, guys. JWN. You don't often see a big pop like this for Nordstrom's. JWN, even during earnings. So anyway, activist shareholder or activist Ryan Cohen. I don't know if it's his first stake. He's amassing a sizable stake in Nordstrom, and of course he's going to lobby fiercely for changes in the board, etc. So that is the reason for Nordstrom's pop, JWN. Be interesting to see what it does once we get rolling. If it fades from here, but that is a big pop up. Look at the 200-day moving average for Nordstrom's right there. If you can see my daily chart, you see that green line. So it was sitting right at the 200-day yesterday. Well, I got to hand it to Gene. That is probably the fastest financing I've seen on a pop. And look at this, it's actually recovering pretty well. So Gene had some news this morning. Um, what was the news? First comprehensive launches the world's first comprehensive risk test for breast and ovarian cancer. Okay, so that was your news. That was actually that was after hours yesterday. And then they announced the financing right here. At least they did it before the market opened. And I think the financing was at the price of it. I don't know what the price is, but anyway, I thought I saw $1.30 something, perhaps. I thought I wrote it down, but anyway, they did a financing, and the market's sort of shrugging that off right now. As I'm talking, HSCS. This was an active one. HSCS is just popping right here, guys. It's a patent granted by the Korean Intellectual Property Office. Okay, so that's their news is happening right now for HSCS. Low float, 6.2 million in the float. And it's RSLS. So I guess they've either postponed the financing they were going to do, filed a form to withdraw the registration for an offering. So this was a reverse split. Yeah, I mean, look at that, 452,000. This was a reverse split, probably several of them. I can't remember exactly when that happened, but anyway, fairly recently. So anyway, they're going to do a financing, and now they've withdrawn it. So the shareholders like that. Not going to dilute their positions anymore with the financing. So far, at least as we speak, they've withdrawn it. PCSA is still up. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, 29%, lots of volume. I don't see any specific reason as I'm scouring my headlines. I don't see any specific reason for this pop up. Another low float, 11 million in the float. Look at Edible, guys. Remember this one? That's weak. High flyer. P Rash down 43%. They're doing a financing. And that financing, am I right? It looks like it's at $1.30. That can't be right. Oh, 6.30. Sorry, 6.30. $6.30. So it's well below the financing price. And that's EDBL. Another financing, MDXH. MDXH. Another financing. Market down 38% on their financing. Their financing is at, I don't have a price for it. Meanwhile, HSCS is just ripping here, guys. HSCS is heart test, just ripping here. Almost at the high of 3 days ago. 268 was that high. BGXX. Let's see if it's holding its gap. Let's see, got its highs 159, starting to fade now. Not a low float. I don't know. I don't see any news on this one either. A lot of volume already, 8 million shares, 8.7 million. SI, now, SI getting a little bit hammered after hours yesterday. Now, the Department of Justice, DOJ, launching a probe into their FTX dealings. So it is down 14% on that news. Meanwhile, anyway, HSCS is just ripping here on that news. So it's above all those highs now. What's the next high in the weekly chart? Next high in the weekly chart is 327. Yeah, Summit. Boy, they did a financing also. A lot of these stocks that, you've been following for seemingly certainly weeks. This was a flyer for a while, Summit, SFMT, but they're doing a financing also for $500 million rights offering. So that is causing some downward pressure. GRCL. GRCL had some FDA news. GRCL had some FDA news. But another one, just kind of fading off the, 325 down to 248. Surges 30% on FDA nod to start trial of blood cancer drug. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one seemingly every single day a few years ago. Gilead. I know somebody's going to tell me it's either hard G or soft G. I can never remember. Anyway, 1.25 billion in the float. Had earnings after hours. Nice gap up for this one. You can see yesterday was actually interesting. Maybe the bets were being placed, and the earnings report was not going to be good because look at that red candle here on the daily chart and the big pop up. Here's a big gap down on earnings also, more expensive one, BILL. Big gap down on earnings, 23%. Wow, it's a big gap down, guys. I mean, again, look at this, all the way up, struggling, seemingly probably forever to get up to that 200-day moving average for Bill. And then boom, wiped out. CLFD is another earnings play, gapping down. Well, at least you could say over the last several months, this has been just in a decline, CLFD. Ford is an earnings play. F. Ford is an earnings play. A gap down on earnings. So GM had a nice gap up on earnings, but Ford not the same. And Carvana, I think maybe the memers are dead for a while, guys. So that's a big gap. Remember, yesterday's hit almost $20, down to 13 now. CVNA. You know, the memers are going to give up on this one. So really, for me, probably watching Nordstrom's really closely here to see if it fades at all or just continues. That after hours high was 29.62 or so. 29.90 actually almost got up to $30 after hours. I mean, that's a massive move on that Ryan Cohen's activism. Look at this market just selling off on that jobs report. Good news for the jobs market, bad news for the market. Here, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analyst. See if it's hit my inbox. Yeah, you know what? I think they're getting a little bit later. Briefing.com used to be like clockwork at 9:10, hitting my email, but higher. Another one of the high flyers for a while. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, delisted. So we had that sell-off, the big sell-off at the end of the day, and then we had a little bit of a rally at the end of the day. So the tech stock still, or Nasdaq still performed extremely well. It was the Dow that wasn't so good. SPY was up, but we are in for a big negative open, guys. Big negative open. I'm just looking at the SPY right now, down 5.4. So yeah, so we're in for a big negative open. So who knows? Maybe this will turn into my favorite day. Favorite day being a big gap down and then a recovery over the course of the day at certain points anyway. No, that's well, okay. If you I don't think that's the reason, Rudy. Yeah, they're just looking at the job. Well, okay, as I understand it, again, I'm not a big macro player at all, of course, but they're just looking at those job numbers and they don't want a strong job market right now. I think I read somewhere. I'm gonna paraphrase, and these numbers may be wrong, but something like two job openings for every person out there. I mean, that's that is a very easy interpretation of what I was reading. So in other words, it's a job seekers market, and to try to control inflation, and again, I'm not a macro player at all. That is the interpretation. That's why the market went down. It may be manipulated, Rudy, but it doesn't really matter. It's how the market is interpreting it. Ooh, thank you, Greenhorn. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I forgot to turn my mic on in our Discord room. Thank you for pointing that out. All we can do is trade what we see. Okay, that's all we can do. Whether we agree with the interpretations or whether you think, and not just you, Rudy, but anybody thinks the numbers are fudged, it doesn't really matter. It's how the market reacts. So we just have to trade what we see. All right, let's see what sort of upgrades. Wow, it's way too many. Got a few upgrades. I'll get in, but there are a ton of downgrades. We'll just have to try to pick some of them off. So we've got an upgrade from Meta. Still some upgrades from Meta. And we've got an upgrade for Nordstrom's JWN. Okay, very few upgrades this morning. Now we've got a lot of downgrades, but there's no way I can get them all in, so I'm just going to try to pick off a few of them. Okay, let me get a few of these in. What I'm really looking for on the downgrades and also the upgrades, I'm looking for some stock that has been, let's say, has had many upgrades or many downgrades. So the same stock may be upgraded or downgraded by several brokers. Like Bill. Yeah, I see Bill has a multiple downgrades, guys. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's already gapped down a lot, but it still has multiple downgrades. Okay, that's enough. There's just so many downgrades this morning. Yeah, the audio should be on in Discord now. Brett, sorry about that. It should be. Yeah, you posted that at 9:15. It should be on now. So let's take a look at Bill. So let's see, BILL. I mean, it's an earnings play. It's already been hammered down 23%, and it has multiple downgrades on top of that. So let's take a look at where it could keep going. It's at $99 right now. The next low looking left is 95. So there's still some room on the way down if those multiple downgrades take further effect on this trouncing. It's a huge, I mean, again, I mentioned this before. I mean, it took forever to get up to that 200-day moving average. And then in one day, collapse. ALR is a buyout, by the way. I know if you're wondering why I'm not talking about this one, ALR is a buyout, trading higher after ABP acquisition. Says it's going to buy them for $1.31 a share. So that's why I'm not talking about this one. The team is also was also an earnings play. I didn't thought this is a super. Well, it's not as expensive as I thought it was, but yeah, it's also an earnings play. There was one other one that's really expensive. It didn't have that much volume. All right, give me one moment, please. So Carvana now. Interesting. So yesterday, excuse me, well, I was anyway, maybe looking at Carvana to short, and at the beginning, I think in the pre-market, just give me one moment. Sorry about that. So looking at Carvana in the pre-market, and there were no shorts available in Interactive Brokers. And then later on in the day, a few came available. Not that I shorted it. As we speak, so there must have been a ton of people short, and now they've covered because there are now 1 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. So there's been a lot of short covering, I guess. I'm surprised. I would have been holding on. The low yesterday was 1341, so it's below that low. So the short float percent mania may be over for a while. I still have that race that I created yesterday. Let's see what sort of results we get from it today. All right, let's take a look at the indexes now, guy, or the major sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar, and then click down to show more and sector status. We've checked out JWN. Yeah, Rob, you got to get in there early, man. 9 o'clock Eastern. Yeah, we talked about JWN. Ryan Cohen taking a stake in the company, and he's well, if you know anything about Ryan Cohen, you know he's going to shake things up. Okay, guys, here are the major sectors. So interestingly, um, here's XLE, the major ETF for energy. So when you say 85% in green, what does that mean? That means that 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So I haven't checked the price of oil, but it must have had a little bit of a pop because every other sector, there's no other positive sector right now. Consumer staples about 50-50, healthcare a little under 50-50, but look at tech, 97% are down from yesterday's close, communications 94%, etc. So right now, energy as we speak is the play. So let's take a look at now again. Where are they with respect to their moving averages or the 200-day moving average? So you can see that energy has been floating down towards that 200-day moving average. The energy sector, I mean, look at this. When it was doing this, it was way, way above that 200-day moving average. So it is starting to, move back down to that 200-day moving average. Now retail, now Nordstrom's, I think, is a big, of course, a big player, and probably XRT is down a little bit, but I mean, look at retail, how it's been doing once it took out that 200-day moving average. Healthcare, XLV, it's been kind of holding over that 200-day, kind of the same percentage for quite a while now. Industrials, XLI. Another one that's starting to move away from the 200-day moving average, that green line right there. Financials, XLF. So let's keep score, guys. So far, everything's above the 200-day XLF. Another one moving away from it. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Now, this could take a hit today, but it took a long time before it finally got up to that 200-day. Yesterday, day before yesterday, it sat on it, and then of course yesterday it moved, or the day before it got above it. Yesterday, another move. No, I think consumer staples was, I think, the only sector that was below. Yeah, so it's sitting right on it. Consumer staples sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB, above. Communications. Now, communications may take a hit today, but No, not yet. Look at that. I mean, another one that was just hammered and got above the 200-day moving average last week. Big gap up yesterday. So you see the trend, guys. Everything is above the 200-day moving average. All the major sectors are above that 200-day moving average, except for, was it Staples? XLP? XLP. I think XLP was the only one that was just sort of, yeah, just sort of sitting. It's still above it, just a little bit. Okay, so let me try to answer Jeff really quickly here. Yeah, you can do that. It's a matter of, so, okay, you can't see, it's sort of off my screen, but if you right click on the single stock window, okay, but it's not unlike right clicking on, say, my pre-market actives up, okay? It's the same principle. When you go to symbol linking, you see how it says link to all? And now there are colors. Okay, so you could take so it's exactly the same box that will pop up for your single stock window. And so you could assign a different color to your single stock window. So you could have two single stock windows open and you could assign a different color to the second one as an example. Okay, makes sense? Okay, great. Link to all, of course, is the default. That's what, the majority of people want. But so in other words, you could have a group of stocks linked or a group of charts linked, with a different color. So all these stocks that were really ripping here, look at AFRM. So this is now below the 200-day moving average. Again, struggle, 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 struggle. Yesterday, yay, we're above the 200-day moving average. And now we'll just have to see what happens. Why I talk about the 200-day, that's probably the mostly widely followed technical indicator out there. I mean, there are literally programs out there that will say, you know what, if it's above the 200-day, I'll buy it. If it's below, I won't, as an example. So we are in for a big, 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 big negative open, guys. Yeah, I do see ROIV up here. ROIV, I do see it up here. Yeah, 4%. I think when I first saw it, it was just doing this, so it wasn't that exciting. So they've upsized their public offering, 200 million, an upsize at 750 a share. So it's above the, so this one is above the offering price. So they're raising even more money, I guess. Probably a low float. Actually, it's not. This is not a low float, 364 million in the float. All right, guys. William, where are you? Market's going to open in about 40 seconds. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Let's see what happens and see if we get my favorite day. It's okay, William. All right, guys, market's going to open in about 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let the races begin. There we go. Okay, so there's Nordstrom's. Let's take a look at Nordstrom's, JWN, see what it's. My only inclination right now is a potential fade, just based on what the market's doing. How's this HSCS doing? So probably coming in, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So coming into 283 are the two highs on the weekly chart. So it's, getting a little bit close to that, but this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, all right, just kind of checking out SIDU. Wow. Well, if you're into these really cheap ones, I mean, look at the gap. SIDU, had a big gap down day on from a dollar all the way down to 39 cents. So if you're into these, this one is moving, SIDU. Of course, it's got the next high looking left is just over a dollar for SIDU. All right, guys, a little mini rally on that opening 15-minute candle, mini rally. So this RSLS, yeah, very active right now, but it's also terrible. It can be, the spread can really get crazy. Right now, yeah, I just saw it briefly, 1329, 1380. So, makes it really hard to trade this RSLS. Is it halted? The only reason I'm saying is that the bid ask is just sort of stuck at 1391, 13. There it is. Yeah, just got halted. Just got halted. So RSLS just got halted, and this could be a big pop here. 1391 on the halt. Right now we see 1430, 1430. The potential open, but you can see how it nothing is written in stone, of course. This is Interactive Brokers, guys. This blue window that I'm displaying is from Interactive Brokers timed sales, nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, guys, Gene is shaking off that financing like nothing. I don't know what the price. Yeah, I thought I saw $1.30. I could have, yeah. So it is at $1.30. Really shaking off the financing. And I guess they looking at the news and saying, okay, the news is far outweighing that little financing they're doing. They're raising $5 million. Even Xerox is getting into the act here. Xerox is an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. This has not been up enough. Yeah, because my pre-market has to be up at least 3% for me to see these in the pre-market. So it's just sneaking in now, 3.7%. I'm sorry, Xerox. US Steel, I'm sorry. US Steel is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. I wonder what the ratio is of companies releasing earnings after hours or pre-market. It seems like all the big tech names certainly do it after hours as opposed to pre-market. Look at Nordstrom's now, guys. JWN trading. Well, we're getting some rebounds, even things that in theory should be really more beaten up. But SI rebounding a bit here. It's down 10% still, but rebounding off that 1740 all the way up to 19 SI. Again, again, this is Bloomberg report suggesting fraud unit are looking into Silvergate Capital's deep. You know what? Where are these proofreaders? Anyway, capital dealings with FTX and Alameda. Well, that's a big comeback, guys. Look at the volume that's coming into Silvergate, SI. Yeah, we're getting that opening so far. We're only 7 minutes in. That opening 15-minute candle. Now, with the market rebound, you might see a little rebound in Nordstrom's JWN. Oh man, okay, so the RSLS just resumed, guys. Yeah, I mean you got to be awfully careful. I mean, I'm looking at that spread, and this is sort of the one for today, obviously, with that float, 452,000 in the float. When I say the one for today, the one that the traders are kind of piling into, but you got to be really careful. Look at this, 1675, 1680. This looks like it's going to get halted again. Maybe not. All I do is I just look at this and I see if this doesn't change, if all of a sudden it stops, the bid and ask just stops, that it's in halt zone. Like right now, right now, right now, right now, right now. Yeah, it is because and something moving this quickly, there's no way it's a penny spread. So there it is. There's your halt. Wow. Not in it. Look at this look at this opening 15-minute candle, guys. Well, Carvana on the rebound here. Carvana on the rebound. CVNA on the rebound with the market, just moving with the market. Silvergate also. I mean, this is they don't care. Nobody cares about the DOJ maybe doing an investigation. So I mean, the high yesterday was what 2471 for Silvergate SI. Look at Peloton moving with the market. PTON. Peloton moving with the market. A little lag here. I'm on a new build, a really new build, so I'm not loving it right now. Development build. Mm-hmm. And where am I? Look at this market, guys. Look at this opening candle. Will it last? That's the thing. Will it last? We've got another 2.5, 3.5 minutes before this closes. Well, Christine, I'm glad it worked for you, but that was super risky. Super risky. My Amazon trade worked out as it possibly could have. It popped up to 117 pre-market, looked like it was going to run, and the minute it started dropping, I decided I only had half left, so I got out at around 116. And it was kind of popping around for a while. I was hoping, of course, we'd get it like some stupendous result, maybe a 20 or 30 or $40 move, but anyway, worked out okay for me. The only reason it worked out for me, or the only reason I was able to keep it, is because I offloaded half of it for about a $6 gain earlier. So I didn't think my risk wasn't, I didn't think so great. The worst I could do, maybe break even. So that's why I decided to keep it. And I'm still considering taking like a long position in Amazon. I want to see how well it holds over 100. Take a few shares and just hold on. I cannot believe it's not going to, recover a lot more. But I'm talking months. I'm not talking, and for me that is it's just one of those things. I think I might do that. All right, guys, we're getting close to that first 15 minutes. I typically don't trade in the first 15. So another thing with the Nordstroms, big short float percent also, right? 22% short interest, 22%. So, and it's not a huge float, 96 million shares. All right, RSLS just resumed. Popped higher. So Christine, you saw this after hours yesterday. I do see the after hours move for RSLS. I do see that move. I rarely trade after hours. In fact, I cannot remember the last after hours trade made of a stock that I didn't already own. I have traded stocks after hours, maybe something that I had held that I had bought during the day. and maybe offloading after hours. So well, I'm glad it worked out for you. It was pretty risky, but I'm glad it worked out. All right, I may have to go back to another build. I don't like the way this is. We just have to ask here. Well, there's GME, guys. GME is also running a little bit here. So yesterday's high was 24.53. Got to tell you, I mean, it is, it's coming back. I mean, it's from 16 to 24. But remember now, when they did their 1-for-4 forward split, this was the equivalent. That equivalent would be $92. Okay. And they did that forward split when it was about 160. So the goose coming back. The goose earnings play yesterday, GOOS, Canada Goose, got down to that 200-day moving average, kind of sat on it, and now it is trying to come back a little bit. Look at this market, guys. Big recovery. Big recovery. I'm going to stick an alert right around here. We're on 414 and see if it takes that out. That's the high of the bodies of those two candles. Seeing a lot of gap. I'm seeing a lot of gap down and reversals right now, which makes sense. What the market's doing, what the market is doing. A lot of gap down and reversals. Holy son of a. Look at AI now, guys. Look at this thing rock. Taking out yesterday's high, 23.47. Still have this one in the simulator. All right, let's see. Davidson initiating coverage with a buy and a target of 30 for AI. I don't know how much weight these guys have. I haven't seen them for a while. Well, why not? Keep an eye on Silvergate. If it takes out SI, if it takes out yesterday's high, which is around 20. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm thinking of. I thought there was another stock I was thinking of. Yes, it was a high of 20. Well, let's see if it takes out 20 though. SI, that is a big number, psychological number. Another one on the move here, guys, is Beyond Meat. Again, it doesn't want to completely tank. I mean, it got down to 18, up to 21 yesterday, over 20 again. Beyond Meat, BYND. Wow, RSLS. I mean, I'm well, congrats to anybody who took it. You know, you had to deal with a tough spread, but my goodness, up 240% now. Well, the funny thing about the Amazon trade for me also is that when I was looking at my IB headline news, I couldn't see the earnings report. And I thought, man, has it been delayed? And for some reason, it just wasn't, you know, whatever. I didn't do anything wrong. I had it on the Amazon feed. And then, but I had to do a couple of refreshes. So I actually missed the actual call itself when it happened. But I just figured it must be decent as it was moving up. Man, so we're getting a lot of reversals now, guys. A lot of reversals that happened because the market was moving down at the beginning, you know, before the market opened. And now we're getting a lot of reversal plays, AFRM, another one. Will it last? The target was $30 by Davidson for AI. Now remember, that doesn't mean it's getting there. Okay, but that's what they I think they say they initiated coverage. Yeah, they initiated coverage with a buy and a target of 30. Doesn't mean it's getting there. Okay, so this second candle will be a key one to see if we have the second 15-minute candle on the SPY to see if we have a. I'm not looking for, it doesn't have to be a giant green candle, but what we don't want to see, you know, if you're looking to go long on these some of these bounces, you don't want to see a giant red one just basically the same size as the previous green one and wiping it all out. So that's why you always have to, you know, have something up and running like the SPY chart or maybe the Russell or something that you like to follow to keep track of what the market's doing. So Gene is, boy, shrugging off the financing. The high in the pre-market was way up here at 386, I think. 386, yeah. So it is really coming back. It's still up 116%, but when it was up here, it was up a lot more percentage-wise. It's a low float, 13 million in the float, not the crazy, crazy sub 1 million floaters that we've been seeing, but still very low. Vino. Okay, so Vino was halted also. I didn't see that at the beginning, 9:35. It just resumed. Again, another one that was crazy yesterday. And Vino meaning VINO. This one got up to 582 yesterday. You know, somebody mentioned twist. I did see this twist in the pre-market. The volume wasn't very much, so that's why I didn't really talk about it. But yeah, it's an earnings play. Another earnings play, guys. TWOU is an earnings play. Another earnings play. So take a look at this one. You have to look at the weekly chart now to check to see where the next highs are. Yeah, maybe a little bit too close, unfortunately. I'm looking here, 1225. 1225 is the next high in the weekly chart. So it's sitting at 12 right now. Unfortunately, to me, it's probably a little too close. Great move, though. You know, it was sitting on the 200-day moving average 3 days ago. And now today it's well above it. And it's an earnings play for TWOU. Meta had an upgrade and a downgrade today. So the upgrades are winning. Yeah, look at this. What a move. Yesterday's high was 197. Lots of lofty price targets put on yesterday anyway. I think ranging from about 210 to 255 for Meta. Boy, firm. Okay, guys, it's still a green candle. Wow, Carvana, CVNA, lots of bounces today, right now, as we speak. CVNA, a bounce over 15. This is the one I was thinking of, that challenge 20 yesterday, CVNA. Oof, Gen is an earnings play. GEN is an earnings play, and this was on the way down. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? Didn't really do anything. But markets opened. Now, the next low looking left for GEN. Looks like it's around 2093. So it's pretty close. Pretty close to that 21 mark. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. In my gap continuation or reverse scan, look how many gap down and reversals there are based on what the market did. You know, many stocks gap down at the beginning based on what the market was doing. And now we've got these green candles when the market opens. So you're getting a lot of gap down and reverse. But you know what isn't reversing is, well, it didn't have to reverse, but it is fading, guys. Nordstrom's is actually fading a little bit here. JWN. It looks like the pre-market low was around 25. 25.28 was the pre-market low. So, and the market low is 25.60. Wow, look at this one, EXC. This is not an earnings play, just down, and it's not moving with the market at all. Look at this gap down, EXC. Next low looking left is around, well, it's around 40. So it's really not that much more room until it might hit that little support area of 40. And ASTS, what's the volume like? Not much volume. High yesterday was 624. I'm just looking at my high short interest race and just trying to see if there's anything kind of interesting popping in here. Polestar is this no, I'm sorry, this Personalis. PSNL, guys, right at the 200-day moving average. What did it do? And I don't know how true this was. It looked like there's a lot of volume that came into this PSNLS on that. Don't know how much volume was actually up here though at 464. Okay, we're getting a red bar now, guys. Red bar, red bar. Let's see if, it's getting a little ominous. And, the only reason I keep track of these is just, if you're into bounces, you got to be really aware of what the market's doing. Now, PSNL, and Moderna signed a new agreement to leverage next platform. Okay, so this is cancer vaccine trials. Okay, so that is PSNL. Fairly low float, 36 million. Nordstrom's sinking, not sinking, but moving down now, guys. Nordstrom's moving down. JWN. Yeah, okay, Vino got halted on the way down now, or yeah, got halted on the way down. So forget about Vino, VINO. All right, PSNL, PSNL. Okay, through the 200 day, 343, a little bit, well, it's sitting at that 200 day basically, 343. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 375. So it's got a little bit of room, if it wants to, take a run at that area. Nordstrom's, Nordstrom's. All right, guys, Nordstrom's, nice fade now. Nice fade on Nordstrom's, JWN. You know what's not fading is the goose. The goose is not fading. Big area right now for Canada Goose, $20. Of course, it has a huge gap. Now, gap down on earnings yesterday. I wish that on this PSNL, I wish this wasn't here. 375. I mean, it may blow right through it, but I just can't take the trade. PSNL. Even if it got through 375, then there's 364, then there's 396. If it can somehow get through four, I mean, here's your fantasy area way up here at 558 for PSNL. I mean, it may do it, but I've got my rules, and it's had a great run too. Look at this run from 220 just 3 days ago, 351 now. Market is trying. Look at this big bottoming tail now on that in the last 15-minute candle. Buyers are trying to step in. All right, so things are settling down a little bit. I'm not getting as many new, excuse me, new alerts. Hmm. Gen keep moving down, but I think it was close to that 21 level, GEN. Excuse me. Yeah, so it looks like there could be some, reasonably good support around 20. Sorry, 21 for Gen, GEN, looking at that daily chart. Well, again, I did not take the TWOU because I thought maybe this area, no, right here. Yeah, 1225 may stall it, but it's an earnings play. Hey, well, maybe it's not going to stall it. 74 million in the float, so it's not a high float, not low, of course. 11% short float percent, short interest. Yeah, well, this is not listening to me. So that didn't stall it. 1225 didn't stall it. Next high is 1276 for TWOU. It's an earnings play. Okay, this one, VS. Didn't they do a financing yesterday, or yeah, I think they did, or was that day? VS, excuse me, the next high looking left is 114. Lots of volume coming in. Of course, if it takes that 114, then traders are going to be looking at this level up here, 337. Very low float. I think they not do a financing? Yeah, they did a financing, so that cratered the stock. AI continues to surge here. AI continues to surge. I wish there was more room for the CYXT. Looking left, the next high is 328. I mean, look, obviously, if it went from 294 to 328, that'd be great. But Well, yeah, TWOU. I mean, okay, what was it, 1223? So your next high is 1276. It might get close to that now. TWOU. Does this have anything to do with? This has got nothing to do with AI, right? Lot of upgrades. Yeah, $15 price target by Needham. Needham reiterates. Sandler. Let's take a look at what they're saying. $10, so it's way above that now. So here's my 10-day daily breakout. There's the AI. Let's take a look at what's happened from there. 30.28 for X for US Steel. What did it do after that? 30.28. Yeah, pretty darn good. 31.26. They tacked on $1. Just too early for me. Of course, this one, again, very risky. But RSLS 13.77 gets up to $22. Gene 210 got up to, what did it get up to after that? Yeah, 237. HSCS 305. Yeah, it didn't do too much. AI, of course, 2347. Wow, 25. And this one, TWOU. This is where I'm getting all these alerts from early guys. Not so much early now on this one, but 1195, 1247. How about this one now? PEGR 1057. Is this a oh, this is a SPAC, I think. Yeah, it's a SPAC. So I don't really like to see them in there, but anyway. And then the PSNL 349, and it hasn't moved yet. So, but all in all, pretty awesome from this 10-day daily breakout. And on the downside, let's take a look at G Pro. What did it do? G Pro probably an earnings play. Yeah, earnings play for G Pro. Surprised they're still in business. 550 was the alert. What did it get down to? Yeah, it didn't really do too much. Remember, these are ideas. They're all ideas. It doesn't mean when you get the alert, you just pile into the trade. Nothing from the AI yet. Bad fill. I'm in scout mode now, guys. When I say scout mode, I'm not trying to make a dime or anything, but I'm nimble. I don't trust what's going to happen with the market. So wow, okay. SI guys, I'm doing some of this stuff on my own. I cannot SI again. I'm just looking at this right now. The high short interest plus change from the open. This is the race I created yesterday. Oh, there we go, guys. So Mr. Spy is at that level. I put the price alert. We're in big recovery mode. The sellers really tried on that previous 15-minute candle. Look at that bottoming tail. And then with the buyers closed it way up here and they're continuing. Boy, look at this AI here now, guys. Wow. How about Path? Remember, what are the other ones that were kind of in play? But this is as I say, here's Path, another one that is sort of an AI type play. I guess generative AI. At least somebody was saying that a few days ago. I haven't seen any press releases about that one, but did VS? Well, that was the first day. That was the big pop here. Okay, and then they did the financing that wrecked it. Am I right? Was this AI? Did they not call themselves Arlington before? Was this not this Arlington, which I don't even know what they did, but maybe a financial company, and then they changed their name to C3 AI like a long time ago, or am I wrong? I think they kept the same symbol, but I'm pretty sure I'd have to go back and check some news releases from probably maybe even 2 years ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, because I could have sworn they were called Arlington. A beauteous recovery for Goose, guys. Look at Goose. Goos. Oh, was it? Okay. I could have, okay. Could have sworn. Yeah, you're right about this Arlington asset, but I could have sworn, I seem to remember, maybe they were called something else then because this C3.AA, I could have sworn this company changed their name to that, but I may be wrong. All right, RDFN, what are you doing? Has it gone positive yet? Wow, what a recovery in the market, guys. This market looks like it's going to go positive now. So much for the doom and gloom on those employment numbers. Wow. All right, guys, this PSNL has intrigued me now. I'm in it. I want to see if it can. I know there is some resistance not that far away, 375, but maybe this spike up here, 466, will get the attraction to more traders. And I don't think it's not moving with the market. It doesn't really care what the market's doing, but this can't help. This can't hurt. And my stop will be well, that's my ultimate stop is 343 on the 200-day moving average, but I will not let it get down that far. But that's how I share size myself. All right, guys, let's see if this PSNL has any legs in it. ESPR. Okay, so let's see if ESPR can go positive. It's 2 cents under yesterday's close. If it did do that, 645 is the next high looking left. It's just showing up on my high short interest and change from the open. Shady's talking about BGXX. I know that was active in the pre-market. Let's take a look what it's doing now. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the next high looking left, of course, had a big day yesterday, got up to 190. The VWAP is 131, so it's sitting right on the VWAP. Look at this market, guys. Wow, what a surge. We are now, the Dow is actually now positive, barely. SPY is basically flat. So, this is a big comeback here, shaking off those the better than expected employment numbers. Just one moment, please. Of course, that wasn't the initial reaction, William, right? I mean, that was not the initial reaction. But all we can do is trade what we see. And SI late. Let's see. Take a look at SI. So young. No, a real cheap one. All right. We can take a look at SI again as it's underneath 21 again. This has been pretty choppy. Just waiting to see if this PSNL can have any sort of a pop in it. I haven't seen this one for a while. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Lots of shares, 1 million shares. So look at Joby, Joby. So here's the deal. Look at the 200-day moving average, 480, the 200-day moving average. So I mean, yesterday it got close to it. Today it's close to it. I mean, will it pop through? If not, this could provide some resistance. And this is actually lots of shares, 1 million at Interactive Brokers. So, okay, so this one is right where I bought it. So I'm not gonna mess around too long with it. 343. Again, if it probably takes out that 350 mark, I'm done. Even a little higher. Let me just stick a price alert a little bit above it. All right, so again, this is in the simulator, guys. AI, this is taken a few days ago at 2072, 2537 now. So up almost $1,000. And this is how you can practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade in the simulator, then you can practice swing trading. So if I want to get out of this trade now, I can just flatten it, just highlight it and flatten it, or get at a half, or I could double my position. So let's just, I'll keep it for a while. Another new high for AI. Wow, look at this market. We are now, Dow's positive. HBI was an earnings play yesterday, I believe. HBI, Haynes. So it's in mini recovery mode also, got hammered down on earnings. Look at this. I mean, HBI. So you were sitting here at 872, and I got all the way down to 618 yesterday. This is an earnings play. It is trying to come back also. A little bit like Goose, Goos. Goose had the giant red candle down also, and now a recovery day. Hey, PSNL, a little bit of a move. All right. Well, a little bit of a move now for PSNL. I keep adjusting my price alert. 358 is my on the PSNL. Now, critical area right there, 375, right there, 375, and then after that is 396. So I'm getting set. I am getting set to, okay, I have just taken some off at around that 375 mark, okay? You don't have to do, nobody has to follow me exactly, of course, but I'm just, I know it has taken, it looks like it wants to take out that area at 375, and then, but the next area could be really tough to get through 4. And again, there's the PSNL right there. There was the alert. I didn't get in at 349, but made it all the way up to 380 so far. So this great little alert machine right here. 10-day daily breakouts. All right, guys. Well, listen, this market is just a great rally. Look, hey, look at PSNL. This is getting me a lot more than I thought it would. Next test is that 4 level. I mean, I can't believe it'll take it out, but hey, if it does, 396 is the next high, then 407, and then my fantasy level way up here at 558. All right, guys, what I'm going to do right now is talk a little bit about my homepage and how you can, for instance, get that scan and other scans. Okay. PSNL. This is awesome now, guys. This is giving me way more. And the only reason I did it, because typically I would not have taken this trade because of that 375, but I just looked at that pre-market high way up here at 464. I thought, okay, there might be enough traders looking at that and not caring about that 375. So, hey, so far so good. But I am really wary of it taking out 4. Thank you, Jamie. Okay, my homepage. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So click on my link, homepage link. So if you want to take out a subscription, just waiting to see if PSNL take out four, it's at four, over four. Go, go, go. Anyway, okay, you want to take out a subscription, you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only for the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll just show you quickly the four plans that we do have. Annual premium and standard. Annual premium is 2,000 less the 15%. Standard is 1,000 less the 15%. You know, and the big difference is the AI, which has produced no, I don't mean AI is in the stock, it has produced no alerts yet today. You don't have to go monthly or annually. You can go monthly. Wow. Actually, kind of excited. I really did not think it would take out four this easily. Standard premium 118, 228. You can take 15% off that first month only. And either one of them, if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. And any time, if you're in a monthly subscription, you do want to go annual, we'll honor a 15% discount. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started, Getting Started, 10 short videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. Starts off with the download and install for your first startup and login, etc. Mandatory you do that before you do anything else. If you are new to trading, this is a great free resource for you. Trading 101. I mean, it gets as basic as you want or it can get. The first video is what is a stock? Okay, so, but it's about 35 videos, I think, and it's a great free resource for you. Daily stock of the day that I do, and you can sign up for it here. Of course, that's free. And the trade of the week is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. I don't know if it triggered TSN. Look if it actually triggered. Nope, did not trigger. So before people say, well, there was a terrible trade of the week, it's not terrible. It did. The trigger was, I think, 65.95, and it never triggered. So, and when you get the email, there is a suggested entry with a stop and all that, and it just never triggered. Big education section. Here's our user guide. Great user guide. Starts off with that getting started again. There was 10 short videos. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Okay. Obviously, a lot more information in the guide, but you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. Your next step will probably be wanting to know how to put a price alert on a chart and maybe a sound alert on an alert window. So, each alert window you have can have a unique sound. So when you hear that sound, you know which window to look at. But first, alert windows, top lists, and then stock racing. That's what I would do. Getting started, daily support session. So today is Friday. So what happens is I take a break between 12 and noon. Did I say 12 and noon? Between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be Andy. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in our Discord and our Pro room and our main trading room. And here's the free trading room again. More educational videos. And last but certainly not least are my scans. Okay, so this has been the beauty today. The 10-day daily breakout right there. This is the scan that I'm sharing right there. Again, these are scans. They're ideas. It doesn't mean just because you get an alert, you just pile into the trade. Yeah, I've taken more off that. I don't have very much left of the PSNL. And if it breaks down through four, I'm out completely. But a great risk reward on that one. 358 to 405. Even the 358 to 375. Anyway, here are all the other scans that I am sharing. The two races that you see here. Again, there's that 10-day daily breakout. Upside movers, downside movers. Here's what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. If you use this one, if you use those two top lists, I don't think you'll miss anything. You know, we get so many so many emails coming in. How come I missed this one in the pre-market? And I look at mine, and it's there. So I've been using the same format for almost 10 years in my pre-market actives up and down. I'm sharing all these. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you'd use my link, my homepage link, and then you can use that promo code. The room gets credit. I get some credit. And also, if you save my link, my homepage link, you'll have access to my scans at any time. I do change them up from time to time, and the big education section. Okay. Yeah, it might not be dead here. PSNL might not be dead. I don't have that much left, but it may not be over. Just take a quick look here. Wow, I mean, the next high was at 407. It's at 412 now. And then the next high, that's at I call it my fantasy level, way up here at 550. Meanwhile, not Arlington, AI is getting closer and closer to that $30 price target. Is at 26 now. Yeah, see, we went positive. SPY is basically flat. Dow's a little bit positive. NAS is, a little bit positive. All right, so BBAI. Now, look, I got AI in the name, but they don't have anything to do with that, do they? Data-driven decisions. Yeah, maybe. Okay, why not? Big Bear AI. Put AI in the name, guys. So, I mean, this could, what's the spread, the float? Why, low float, 7.4 million in the float. Next high is 487 on the weekly chart. Oh man, this PSNL, I mean, honestly, I really didn't think I would get through 375 that easily. So just quickly, a little bit more about trade ideas. If you're, first of all, if you're new to this room, any of the rooms, I have Discord, the main room, and YouTube going. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and about 3:30. I usually knock off about 3:20. I get on the mic at 9, though. I get on the mic, but the rooms are open at 8. And it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world. Okay, guys, so if you're in this PSNL, just be very aware of these two topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. You know, the buyers have been trying to not get this higher. Sellers have been knocking it down a little bit. So takes out four, that could be it. So just be aware of that. There's no difference between the trading rooms. I mean, and you know, well, I shouldn't say that. This is the main room. This is the main room. Okay, just a lot more active. More traders are in here, so it's a lot more active. But everybody sees my screen. Everybody can hear me. The difference, YouTube has a slight delay, and that's because of YouTube. Though Pepe, I'm sorry, I still have not looked at the latency. Okay, and then Discord should be our Discord room should be equal to to the main room in terms of there's no lag. So they see my screen and hear me. Well, here's another one that's ripping here, guys. Wow, this has been you know, an awesome alert window today. Look at SOUN 249, 274 now. Again, Soundhound AI. Put AI in your name. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they do, whether it has anything to do with generative, gonna have a better name for that, AI. It's just traders are just looking for the next thing that might be like it, like AI. All right, so we have a lot of other scans here. All right, if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, so these channels are all theme based. So if I click on the momentum channel, I'm sure we're going to see very similar ones that I'm seeing in my 10-day daily breakout. There's the BBAI as an example. Okay, so this is an example of an alert window. That's why it says, hey, it's an alert window. If you ever want to know what any of these scans are doing, and including my scans, what they're looking for, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And that'll tell you exactly what they're looking for. So we are, I know the company is really trying to hammer this point home. We are a scanner versus many screeners are out there, okay? But we are a real-time scanner. Now we have screening ability, of course. The screening is in the filters. So in this particular alert window, if stocks are between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Minimum volume 100,000 shares. This is what gives us the spark. 1,000. The last volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. Okay. If all of these filter values are met, the screening values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these. So the screen, and it's all real time. Okay. So that's the scanning. It scans. You don't have to push a button. It's just going to happen. You don't have to refresh or do anything. So if you like, now this is a scan that I'm actually sharing on my homepage. I call it Momo. Okay. So this is a scan that I'm actually sharing. And so if you like this scan exactly the way it is, in other words, all these values, you know, and you wanted to have it as, and now really what I'm trying to show you is if you go to the different channels, you'll see different scans that we've created. So if you found one that you liked after, you know, taking a look at the summary and it kind of meets your general criteria, then you just right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what that does is it takes it out of this layout. It takes it out of the layout and now it's free floating. Now you can save it to your cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, save. All this is in the guide, guys. I'm just going through this very quickly, just to give you a general idea of what you can do. But if you like the idea of this, but maybe you wanted a different price range, right click, configure, again, click on that summary, and you might say, yeah, I like everything except I want a different price range. No problem. Just go, you click on the icon, and I'll change that to 10 and $100 instead of 1 and 50. I'll click on summary, and there it is. Then I can say okay, and now I can save it. Okay, so all I'm trying to show you is that you can take the scan exactly as we have constructed it, or you can make some changes, and then you can save it to your cloud. And then what you can do is you can start bringing back those scans one at a time, file, load from cloud, and you'll see them. You just highlight, load, and then you file, load from cloud again. And then consequently, you can build your own layout without actually knowing how to build any scan from scratch. Okay? But I do want to caution you, do not have so many alert windows and topless windows up and running at the same time, because you'll end up probably getting nothing done. You'll be clicking like mad on alerts all day long and getting nothing done. Okay? Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Again, this time, I'll right click, configure, and instead of clicking on summary, I'm going to click on search. So this is a good for people just starting out with trade ideas also. We get the question like, do you have this? What do you have for MACD? So if I click in the search terms and I type in MACD, this is what we have. Okay. Even though if what you want isn't here, sorry. I mean, this is, when the company started, what they really believed, and I firmly believe this, that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. Okay. So what they tried to do, let me just back up. What they tried to do was create enough alerts, real-time alerts. Right at the top here, you see the new high and the new low for the day, but we have a ton of other real-time alerts. And if I scroll down enough, I get these icons, and these are our filters or screeners, if you will. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. We have to have a lot of them because, again, no programming language to use or to learn. And so with the thousands of customers we have and all sorts of different trading styles, we had to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? But yet don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on that. And again, if you're wondering, well, do they have this? Well, you just have to usually type it into the search box. Is what we have for RSI. If you wanted, for whatever reason, a 10-minute RSI, sorry, we don't have it. Okay. And what you're seeing here is and we just crossed the $1,000 mark. What you're seeing here is what we call brokerage plus. How you can actually use this to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an interactive brokers account or E-Trade account. But how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, paper trader. And that's what you're seeing here with the AI, with the stock AI. And so I just popped a link in called Brokerage Plus. You'll see there are two videos. The short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Trying to adjust the size of this a little bit better. Okay. But don't fret, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. Okay. And I like to emphasize that because we get that a lot. I heard somebody talking about Brokerage Plus and you need Interactive Brokers or E-Trade to use Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay. But as a simulator, it's great. You just click on, and the second video in that Brokerage Plus link that I put in goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And as a simulator, our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. So if you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, you can use trade ideas. You want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service. Okay, and then you can practice trading. Super simple to use. Let's see if it's going to work for me, or I have to. Yeah, okay. So you click on an alert symbol, and the symbol will show up. Here's your buy box. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You want to go in at if it's the bid ask is tight enough, you go in at market order. You click the buy button, and then you send it. Okay. And what you're seeing here is taking this trade AI at $20.72 a few days ago, and I left it in here. Okay. And that's how you can practice swing trading. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, you can practice, it'll carry forward, obviously, to the next day. So you can practice swing trading. No kidding. What an awesome little window today. I mean, it's not like this every day, believe me, but I mean, it does give you really, really interesting looks. One of the things is that, I've got one very tough filter in here, and this is it. Current volume is at least eight. That means it's trading at least 8 times normal for the day, up to this point of the day. You don't get too many stocks like this. So, and typically, I mean, yesterday was another sensational day in this one. I don't want to say sensational, almost too many alerts, because typically, I may only get it 3 or 4 or 5 alerts in each one of these windows. See, today I'm only getting one in the 10-day daily breakdown. And but yesterday this was firing like crazy, and it's doing the same thing today. We're in this sort of a market where stocks are breaking out over their 10-day high. I mean, you can see right there why. Look at BBBI. Why you can obviously see it. Go back 10 days. Well, of course, it's above the 10-day high. So that's filter number one. That's the main one. And then look at the relative volume is 16. It's got to be at least 8. Well, IB is a very popular program. Interactive Brokers is a very popular program. It was the number one program when we did a survey of our subscribers years ago. It was probably the number one program that is used. It's worldwide. Has a history. It's not Centerpoint and it's not Cobra, but it does have a history of a pretty decent short inventory. So if you're, interested in that. Now, the only thing is that, like, I don't use Brokerage Plus to trade. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't really care about having Brokerage Plus. I think I like to demonstrate it's used as a simulator. If you take a strategy, like maybe you're creating your own strategy, you want to practice it, test it, you can do it, you can practice it. But when I trade, I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. It's that simple. I'll be completely honest. I don't see the big need to use this trading from within Trade Ideas. I think there are a lot of people who do, but it doesn't really make that much difference to me. Current volume, relative volume. Yeah, I wish we should change it to make it the same. Relative volume and current volume. So if you want to be able to trade directly from the chart using these buy and sell buttons, you would need an Interactive Brokers account. But you have to understand how that is used. You have to create your own strategy, and then you have to assign it. You have to create your own strategy, okay? And then, so for instance, this one, it's $5,000 at the market, stop at low. And this gets a little more involved. You edit the trading strategy. You're going to have to create your own, whenever you want to enter your order details, your risk management, your hold time, all of that. And then what you do is then you assign it to the buy button. Okay. So just to let you know, and what you can do, I mean, we've created some here. These are some defaults that we've created. And so you can practice. So if I assign this one right now, I'll just show you what I'm talking about. To select the account in the simulator. Okay, you see how the buy button now is just lit up? So at this point, what it'll do, if I take a trade, it'll take $5,000 worth of stock at the market and it'll put the stop at the low of the day. It's just to get you. No, I'm just so used to using Brokerage Plus or Interactive Brokers. The other thing is I don't trade very much. Okay, so I'm rarely in more than 2 trades at the same time. And so I'm just so used to using the order entry from within Interactive Brokers. So okay, Christine, so you are familiar. Okay, good. So then you'll have to create your own strategy and then assign it to the buy button. And the same thing if you want to if you want to short. I'm not a big fan, you see, of auto trading or anything like. Not that this is so much auto trading, but my problem with doing something like this is assigning the stop. Because for me, I like to eyeball where the stop is going to be on the chart, and it's very difficult to do that in sort of an automated fashion. I mean, the low of the day is not where I put a stop, okay? Things like that. So current volume is a filter. Well, relative volume, current volume, we maybe just semantics. I mean, we do have I've never used this one, to be honest, in the as an alert. This is the only one I use. Relative volume, current volume. I don't know what happens if we. Yeah, as I say, it's relative volume. But if you look here, there are references to current volume also, so I don't like that. I wish it would just be saying relative volume. Hey, tank. uh, I almost got rid of it today just because of what the market was doing, but I said, yeah, hold on. So Christine, I understand you can of course do that, but then how are you share sizing? But listen, you know what? I don't want to get into it any more deep. If you're comfortable doing it like that, great. Because when you use that buy button and you're using the stop of the day at the beginning, then that is share sizing you. Now, granted, yes, you can move your stop. Of course you can. But anyway, if you're comfortable doing it, then by all means. I'm just old school. It's really that simple, you know. I like to before I take a trade, I want to size it up on the chart. I don't worry about, oh my gosh, if I got in right away, I would have got 3 or 4 cents better. I'm not usually in these things to make, a nickel or a dime. Well, I haven't looked at the IPO market in a long time now. So GPCR, did it open? Yeah, I see it. Oh, wow. I guess I should have looked at it. Holy smokes. So this is so one of the quirks, I'll call it a quirk of our Hulse resumes. You see this GPCR? This is actually an IPO today. And I would say that 90% of the time, the IPO will show up as a resume. It's not halted before, it'll show up as a resume, but probably about 90% of the time. So it's not bulletproof, but there are other ways to track IPOs. I haven't been too interested in the IPO market for a while now, the day of, but boy, that one, as Cass is pointing out, $15 was the IPO price and 10 million shares, 10.7 million shares. And so this has been very favorably accepted at 26 right now. Okay, I'll take half of this off. Okay, I'll take half of this off, show you how you do it. You just look at, these are some hotkeys that we've got. You're gonna flatten, half, and double. Flatten gets you out of the trade, half gets you out of half, and double, obviously you can double your position. Well, think about it, Christine, though. When I demonstrate taking trades, I'm usually doing in a more manual way, right? I don't know what you're talking about, but if the minute you set a strategy, and if you have a stop, some kind of a stop, that's going to be the same for every single trade. In other words, the low of the day, or well, then it's going to assign that share number automatically, the share size. And then the fact that you're going to move your stop afterwards, that doesn't affect you're still going to have that same share size. Make sense? How I demonstrate it is, here I'll take this PSN. I'll take the PSNL right now. Haven't gone over money management in a little bit, so let's just do a little money management. And I'm going to make the math super simple. So I'm going to go 500 shares. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. It's, the spread's not bad. I'm going to send it. So there I am. I'm in the trade at 406. I'm going to put a stop at 386. Now, understanding the way I trade, I know where my stop is before I take the trade. I'm not making this up after the fact. And you're going to see on the chart, there's going to be a red line, and it's going to be approximately minus $100. So when I trade, I have a checklist that every box has to be checked before I'll take the trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is. I mean, everybody has to develop their own style. Most of the things that I need are already checked in my alerts. In other words, I'm never going to see a stock outside of the price range I like. It's going to have at least the minimum volume that I need, etc. Okay. So when I size up, so the next thing, if I get an alert, I'm going to look left and all that, see if there's room where it could keep running until it hits the next high. But before I take the trade, I know where my stop is. My stop is going to be, now typically what I do is eyeball the chart and maybe put the stop at where I think there's a lot of support on the chart, maybe on a 15-minute chart, maybe on a 5. And so if I broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade. So I know all this going into the trade. So this, all I did here, I'm not saying the stop should be at 386. I just wanted to make the math easy. Because the next step though is, okay, if I'm going to get into this trade and it doesn't work, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate a $100, risking $100 a trade. Now, some people might say, well, wait a minute, how are you saying you're only risking $100 a trade when you took 500 shares at $4? Say that's $2,000. Aren't you risking 2,000? No, no, no. That's why you have a stop, okay? And I'm saying that now because I got some emails from people saying, I don't understand, you know, if I buy $2,000 worth of stock, isn't that what I'm risking? Yeah, if you let it go to zero, but you should never let it go to zero. You have to have a place where you're getting out of the trade where it's not working. Not every trade's going to work, of course. So I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose because, again, I'm not taking, because if I take the $100 that I'm risking, knowing I want to risk $100 on the trade, and I have a 20-cent stop, if I divide 20 cents into 100, I get 500 shares. And as Christine says, you can set up a spreadsheet. That'll tell you pretty quickly how many shares to take. I risk the same amount every single trade within reason. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I'm risking about the same amount every single trade. And so that's why I'm doing in the simulator, risking $100 on the trade. Again, conversely, if I let it go down to 386 and it takes me out, that's 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. All right, guys. So the PSNL is actually coming back a little bit here. This may not be over. 407, if it's taken a 407 again, and then again looking left on the weekly chart. I haven't looked at the daily chart really, but this is the next high up here for at 558. Yeah, I doubt they'll do that, Jay-Z. Somebody said automatic position size calculator. I mean, in theory, if you sign the buy button, it's going to automatically size you. Okay. If you click on that buy button because you've set up, $5,000, well, whatever your strategy is going to be. The reason I don't like it is because your stop has to be the same every trade you take. In other words, the same idea every trade you take, and that's just not the way I trade. If there was the other thing I should have said is that if I were starting out new, Because the idea of putting trying to eyeball on a chart where there is a support area, my idea where I think support is may not be the same as anybody else's. Okay, so if I were starting out, I'd probably put maybe the low of the previous 5 minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15 minute candle, because that's a defined number. So I'd probably start off with, say, the low of the previous 5 minute candle and use that as your stop. See how it works. Okay, see how it works. Unfortunately, I'd love to be able to assign that as in the Bible. We can't do that. We can't, we're not, we're not good at being able to, identify, say, what the low of the previous 5 minute candle is as a stop in an auto way. If that were the case, then I would, yeah, absolutely say, hey, use the low of the previous 5 minute candle as your stop, or a 10 minute or a 15 minute. But you could practice that very easily. Yeah, there was an IPO. GPCR was an IPO today, Raj. Now, notice what's happening here. So my stop is always the worst I want to do in a trade, the absolute worst I want to do. That share sizes me. But if I look at it, if I'm in a trade and then I just don't like the way it's trading anymore, I will get out of it, before my stop. In this case, I'm just going to show you. I'll see if we get taken out at 386 just to show you. The idea of having a stop in sort of in auto in auto mode, sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop, emotionally. You get into a trade and you think it's going to work great. You've been able to check all your boxes that you've, after practicing for several months. And by the way, if you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money with a live account. But unfortunately, even if you can make money in a simulator, it does not absolutely translate to making money in your live account, because it becomes way more emotional. I can obey my stop right here. Why not? It's not my money. It's just play money, right? But sometimes, you start trading and it's really hard to obey your stop. You start second guessing. Maybe my stop shouldn't have been there. It's too tight, because this is it's got a great story. Everybody's talking about it, but just because stock could have the greatest setup in the world, could have the greatest news in the world, sometimes they just don't work. There's other things that can happen that can destroy a trade. Maybe the market turns on you. The market's been moving higher. What if all of a sudden, the market, a big giant red bar, and your stock, the one that you're in, is kind of, tracking the market a little bit. All of a sudden, for whatever reason, a giant red bar hits the market, gets you out of your trade. But sometimes it's really hard to obey your stop. So if that starts happening with you, even if you don't have interactive brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way in which you can put a stop like an auto stop. And that just takes all the emotion out. Just, you're out of the trade, that's it. Trading also, I mean, with commissions so cheap, there's no excuse for not obeying your stop. Thinking, wow, but I'm going to pay those commissions, because you can always get back into a trade. You can always, maybe it sets up again later on, it's in a very similar way, and you can always get back into the trade then. Now, here's another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Let's take a look at THRX. Well, what a week this has had. I guess 5 weeks this has had. Basically a triple, almost a triple from $5 to 14.42 in 5 weeks for THRX. Low float, 8.6 million in the float. It's a bio. Surprised they haven't sprung a financing. Cal is halted because of volatility. Let's take a look at Cal, KAL. Okay, I got to do this. Okay, guys, so this is probably the lowest float that I have seen. 107,000 in the float. Okay, so this could go absolutely nuts. Let me just do a check. I want to check some other sites to see what float information they have for this Cal. We may be a little light, again, this is what FactSet has got, our provider is giving us, but whatever the float is, it's a range of 770,000, 750,000, 857,000. So it may not be, I mean, whatever it is, it's under a million. So it's very, very low float. Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, and you're saying 20 million, I doubt if it's 20 million. Okay, they've done reverse split, many reverse splits. You can tell because let me just see if I can go back. So split adjusted, this stock, if split adjusted, $1,300 stock, way up here, split adjusted. Now let's see where it could open. And this one just resumed. So was this another IPO today? ASST, was it trading in the pre-market? I don't see that. So was this another CASA or CAM, another IPO today? I guess I could take a look to see if it says an IPO. Or was this a SPAC? What alerts are you talking about coming out too late? It was an IPO today, okay. GT, what do you mean by that? What you're seeing here are, you know, not here though. These are not new highs. But maybe you want to expand a little bit on that. The alerts are coming out too late. What do you mean by that? These are all real-time alerts. So $5. Okay, thank you, John. So So ASST, so this is not a successful one today. A $5 IPO, it's below the IPO price, as opposed to GPCR, which is a $15. Come on. Yeah, I'm just having this development build. This is why I'm always the guinea pig for all this stuff. So this is a way more successful one, $15 IPO at $26 now. Well, it depends on how you construct your. So let's take a look at Sophie. So what are you talking about? So when you say never showed up, I mean, you can construct a scanner to have anything show up just about. So one of the problems though is that because we get emails like this all the time. I want a scanner that shows this, or how come my scanner didn't pick up this? Okay, so we look at their scanner, we ask them for this cloud link, we look at the filters they've got in, and we see, okay, here's a filter that's blocking you from seeing that one as an example. I'm just, very general. Say, okay, so if we reduce that filter, that particular filter, you will see it. The problem is that you may see 10 others that you don't want to see, as an example. If right here, with this relative volume filter so high, see that's where it says current volume. Yeah, it's relative volume. Somebody might say, well, wait a minute. I see a stock that's having a 10-day daily breakout. I want to see that one. And I look at it and maybe the relative volume, current volume is only 2. And I say, well, okay, you can reduce that to 2 and you will see that 10-day daily breakout, but you may see 10 or 20 others that you'll get an alert for, but do nothing. There's always a trade-off. Okay, always a trade-off. Well, Tank, our little iMux is turning, oops, not iNux, but iMux, turning into a great little trade now. On that candle right there, I was thinking, but remember, I'm in at 235. I have sold some at the 265 level yesterday, but now I'm just going to let this ride. And remember, well, if you're in this with Tank and myself, it's because of the Wedbush $5 price target, but also this massive void. And I don't swing trade very often, but the last time Wedbush put a pretty aggressive price target on something, it worked pretty well. So I thought, well, the next time we see one, I'm going to hop on it. I would not necessarily would have hopped on it had I not seen this void though. I don't even know what the daily chart looks like. I just got the weekly up, but this has just been, fabulous. And not trading extraordinary, 1.6 times normal, but when you're in a swing trade, noted swing trader that I am. All right, Cal's open. Let's see where it opened. Yeah, give me a moment. Might have to keep doing a reset. Wow, look at that. It's going to get halted again. Just got halted again. Cal just got halted again. Okay, 11:35. So I just want to check to see who. It's probably going to be Andy today, but I just want to confirm it. Marie, comment ça va? Halted, it means the stock was halted. So if you look at Cal right there, you see how it's not trading anymore. So if you're not familiar with halts, oh, we don't have it here. I guess that happens so quickly, but typically most of the halts that you see are what we call volatility halts. So the stock, again, I know this is not the exact definition, but the stock has gone up too quickly in too short a period of time. Okay, so what happens is a computer program will kick in and it will automatically halt the stock, usually for 5 minutes, sort of a breather. Okay, just think of it like that, just kind of a breather. Usually there are 5 minute halts. If it's not a 5 minute halt, usually it's a multiple of five. So you see right there, if you can see my screen, you can see that Cal was halted at 11:25 plus 5 seconds. And it didn't open until 11:35, 10 minutes later. But most of the halts are 5 minute halts when it's a volatility halt. This is not a news halt. Very different. Well, it showed up on the races. What scan brought up Cal? It showed up on the races for sure. I can see it's won 2 races. Okay. My guess is that it probably would have shown up on this one, the movers upside versus downside. Did not show up in my 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume was not at least 8. And then, of course, it shows up on the halts resumes. But definitely was showing up in the races. See, the volume was a little bit light here. Probably most of my, probably wouldn't have shown up here because the volume was a little bit light. Am I still long IMUX? Absolutely, Ija. What just happened with the SPY in terms of, I don't know. I mean, I think it's still in this channel. Had a little pop up here, but to me, excuse me, to me, it's still in the channel. Well, I do see this. I mean, I see 416 down to 415, but unless it breaks down below 415-ish, I don't think it's anything to think that it's going to have a big drop. You're proud of me. Okay, guys. Well, look, PSNL held. It did not hit that stop price. Probably got really close. Yeah, look at that. I got down to 388. My stop was at 386 in the simulator. So got down to 388. So it did not take me out. And so still in this one in the simulator. So notice one of the columns I've got here in the simulator is called the distance from the exit price. So what this tells me is that, remember, I took half the position off in this AI trade. So what it's telling me is that since I took half the position off, it's 43, and it's going to be a moving number, 32 cents below, which is of course what you'd want to see. You get out of a trade, and of course you want to see, let's say you get out of a trade at 10 and it drops down to 9, you think, great exit, right? As opposed to you get out of a trade at 10 and now it's at 11. So this can help you manage your exit, see how good are your exits by having that distance from the exit. Excuse me, guys, just got a catch in my throat here. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm just trying to confirm that it is Andy in our YouTube room. Give me a moment. The answer is yes, it is Andy in our YouTube room. Okay. So it's 11:46. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Andy. He'll be there probably about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little longer. Certainly by noon Eastern. Okay, so Marie, these are okay. Well, that's a symbol. That's the stock symbol A1 or AI. Okay, that's the stock symbol. That's on a 15-minute chart. That's on a daily chart, and that's on a weekly chart. Sounds like you're pretty new to trading, and so what I would suggest you could do is take a look at my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link, and then you see, oops, you see where it says Trading 101. This is a great course. Okay, it's free resource put together by one of the traders at Trade Ideas, Michael Noss, and I would really recommend you take a look at that. Okay, there are a lot of videos. There are about 30 odd videos. Some are fairly long, but I think if you are new to trading, what he did was he basically, when his wife is not a trader at all, okay, but during the pandemic, she had to be at home for a while. So he said, I'm going to teach my wife to trade. Okay. And literally started off with what is a stock? Like, so taking somebody who's brand new to trading. So you can take a look at that. That's a free resource for you. Okay. So it's going to take you a while to go through that, but you got to have some basic knowledge of what trading is all about. Okay. Yeah, we've had a couple of crazy ones today. The Cal, and of course, and earlier the RSLS. Yeah, this just opened, and if this continues the way it is, it's going to get halted again. What do these guys do? Miscellaneous crop farming. Okay. Vertical farming company. Oh, from the Emerald Island. So it's out of Dublin. Interesting. What's the spread like? Yeah, so this, boy, this AI is just amazingly strong. So how did yeah, sorry guys. Again, I am getting this little lag in my charts. I don't think you guys should be. Now, okay, now there's a red bar. Okay, I see this red bar. Now it's getting a little more ominous. I would say 414. I'm going to stick an alert right around there and see if it at least holds that area. Okay, guys, so you see what happened. I let it take me out. So out of the PSNL, and there's that $100 manageable loss in the simulator. See how that worked. All right, SI in danger of getting below that VWAP. Now it's moving with the market, basically kind of moving with the market. So we might see some of these ones that had nice bounces start to have a bit of a drop. There's the VWAP, 1996. So still about, 50 cents away from it. Let's see what happens with this market. See if that bottoming tail is going to mean anything. If the buyers step in. Band. Look at the room this one has got. Take a look at BAND, band. Got about $1 actually. BAND, the next high looking left that I can see is 29.16. So this is at 28.09. So it's got a little bit of a room. It's pulling back. Let's see if that VWAP holds 27.47. It's it's again it's about 50 cents away from that VWAP. We have a cloud-based company. So Bandwidth Inc. Meanwhile, the goose just made a new high, guys. Wow, what a recovery for the goose. Not quite recovered, Had the big down day yesterday because of earnings, but what a recovery. And it really has traded, I would say, almost on its own. I mean, it really hasn't. No, I guess I'm wrong. I mean, there's that 930 candle on the SPY and it's straight up, but it hasn't done any of this. It's moving higher and higher and higher. The goose is back. Canada goose. Canada goose under pressure to approve after guidance. Hmm. Well, it's having a great resurgence day. I mean, it's still got a ways to go to the high of yesterday, 23.49, but $1, 25 away or 28 away. Nice break here, good volume coming in. Okay, guys, I'm going to get my announcement in. I'm going to anticipating Andy's going to be anytime now in our YouTube room. So on my break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Oh, not over yet. RSLS. Maybe not quite over. What's the spread like on this one right now? 1754, 1803. Let's see. 1749 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above the VWAP, okay? But very risky. I mean, you can't take too many shares. You have to have a wide stop, otherwise you'll just get stopped out left and right. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute in our Discord room and the main room. I'll keep myself open in YouTube, just waiting for Andy to show up. Look at MGAM, guys. MGAM, those of you on YouTube. MGAM, MGAM, some volume coming in. Of course, this is a super active, coming all the way from under $1 and moving all the way up to almost $5 in less than a day. Look at Canada Goose, that's a great move out of that kind of consolidation on the 15-minute chart. Okay, so this one is rearing its head also. The MSGM, another low float. Okay, so the SPY now is taking out that level. Okay, the SPY is taking out this level here, so this is a little more ominous. That's a pretty big red candle just before noon. So the MSGM guys, those of you on YouTube, I mean, this is another very crazy one. Tough spread all the time, but this moves, $5, $10. So a 50-cent spread or even a dollar spread isn't the end of the world, but you got to be awfully careful. Next high looking left is 30, 41, 32. Hi here, Andy. Hello,
Hey,
Andy.
Barry. How are you,
Hi,
buddy?
Andy.
Yes.
I'm good.
Doing good. How are you, man?
I'm going to leave you with this big red candle coming down on the SPY.
Yeah, there you go. It never
There you
fails.
go. Never fails.
It never fails.
Had
Yeah,
a great little trade in PSNL today.
PSNL. Okay,
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was a little out of the ordinary for me. The only reason I took it is because in the pre-market it got up to 462, but I was eyeballing it. It looked like they had some resistance around 375, and so that sort of prevented me from taking it originally. And then I said, do it. And boy, I mean that I was in at 355, 358, and what did it get up to? 427. Great percentage move. It's
Nice.
falling now,
Very
but
nice.
yeah, that turned out. And it had some news, and it's not a crazy low float, 36 million in the float, not a crazy low floater. Andy, can you remember a time where we had so many sub 1 million float stocks.
I really can't. Yeah.
I can't either. I mean, I'd see them every now and then, but I cannot. I mean, there's got to be 20 or 30 of them now. And
Yeah,
more.
there is a lot. I see them on my single stock window all the time. It's like, wow, there's a
Yeah.
lot of they can be fun and they can be
Oh,
painful.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, look at MSGM right now. MSGM is starting to move again.
Oh, I see.
And
Nice.
that's,
Let me go ahead
121,000
and
in the float. Anywho, I'll
all
let
right,
you
Barry.
now.
Yeah, you take a break. I'm
Take a
okay.
break. You're good till 1?
I am. I'm only doing a half day today, but that would be 1 o'clock. So,
You're only doing a half day. What's going on?
oh, I just got to go home. Got to go see the mom, and yeah, been down there in a while. So,
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to delve. I was
no,
just
no, no, no big deal. No big deal. Just
okay.
gonna just
Okay.
gonna take a half day to beat the traffic.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long's the drive?
Oh, it's not bad. A couple hours.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah,
okay.
not bad at all.
Okay. Well, listen, Andy.
All right, Barry.
We'll
Enjoy your
catch up
break,
at
man.
about 1, and just give me a moment here. Just deleted or muted the other rooms. Okay, Andy. We'll see you at about 1 o'clock.
All right, Barry. Take care. Bye
Okay. Bye
bye.
bye.
Hello, traders. How's everybody doing today? Crazy market we've seen lately, man. Seeing all those stocks gapping down only to basically just recoup all their. Why can't I get this thing to move over some? I mean, there we go, so I can see things. Apple with a very impressive move. Google not quite as impressive, but still went back and almost got positive for today. All right. All right, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at the SPY real quick. And we are in. Well, first, you guys verify you can hear me. You should, since I was talking to Barry. I would think you guys could hear me, no problem. But yeah, that is impressive. We had a chance with all these earnings: Apple, Google, Amazon. All. I didn't even look at Amazon. What's it doing today? Did it fight back as well? Not quite. No, Amazon's still down almost 5%. So that's not one that has fought back as much as the others. I had a nice trading forward today. I scalped it, but I'm out. But spies, yeah, I'm not sure what it's a Friday. Yeah, we're probably done. Not a whole lot happening. Qs still down marginally on the day. By the way, the despise still the same thing, down tiny. IWM pretty much flat. Okay, Peter, thank you. Just wanted to make sure you guys were awful quiet, but it is Friday. Hey, Bill. What's that RIB? I made some money on it today. It's pulled back here. Yeah, nice cup and handle on IWM. Yep, there you go. Nice. There's your cup. Let me get my little epic pen out just so you guys can see what Patrick is talking about. And there is your cup. And there's your handle and a nice explosion there in the IWM breaking through that really pivot level there at 190. So far looking quite good for the bulls. Now, I don't know, we're still not out of the woods. Like to see the spies once again. This is kind of a pivot level. Let me draw that for you. And the SPY's definitely a pivot level kind of right here that we got above. Like to see it stay above there, stay above, let these moving averages creep up. So basically, you're looking at a high since going back to, August, so or September, well, late August, I should say. So we'll see if that's something we can build on. All right, let's take a look. There's that MSGM that Barry was just referring to. Nice little pop there. AI looking maybe for a possible another move. Band. Ooh, that's a nice little setup there in band. But I just don't trust anything on a Friday. Made some money shorting. I mean Nordstrom's today on this break right here. I've already scalped it out. I got stopped out on my last bit. But one that I may look to reshort. Let's see if there's any reason why it should be bouncing here. That's just a huge gap up on somebody taking an interest in their company. I wasn't gutsy enough to do it first thing in the morning. All right. Looking through the sectors, OHI. Ooh, that was pretty strong. And boy, just giving it back up. Let's see what's really weak today in case this market gets weak. Silver is definitely weak. UNG still continues to, boy, you talk about a stretched rubber band. Let's take a look at the weekly here, and I'm about tempted to nibble on this thing. Look at that weekly. That is brute. Now this is a toxic ETF. This ETF's on all-time lows, so I'm pretty sure uh, nat gas futures are not on all-time lows. But this once again is a toxic ETF. But you can still kind of use it to gauge, the sell-off of the of nat gas, which has been getting beaten up pretty good. Yeah, I need a cup and handle. Yeah, right now, yeah, our technology, that's just tough. Any technology is going to be tough because there's so many data points you need and like a cup and handle pattern. You need all these if, ands, then, whens to form that pattern. But let's see. K Web, going back to the daily, it's been kind of the leader over the last few months, but it's starting to look like just the opposite of what our market's looking. So probably have some money maybe coming out of China and back into our stocks, the U.S. stocks, considering the look they've had lately. But still, stocks, I'm pretty much out of all. I got a little bit of Lee left, uh, but I'm in it from back here. Sold most of my Neo, hanging on to a little bit of that, but that's pretty much done. Yeah, I scalped out of most of them. Just not looking as healthy as the U.S. stocks. It's going to migrate over there. Yeah, yeah, boy, this. I don't know if just because maybe so much interest is coming into equities, but for whatever reason now, that's a couple of ugly candles there in silver. In the SoFi, I bought it back over here on this day, but I did scalp out of most of it. I do have some left, and I don't know what that's doing in there. I don't have any of that. Let's see. Yeah, this one I'm probably gonna have to let go. I'm just flat in it right now. I've scalped out of most of it. Goog, I bought Goog on a pullback. This is one I bought the other day on a pullback, and then I added to my position. My average cost is $96. Just taking advantage of that down day that day, and scalped out of most of it, but I did hold on a little bit into earnings. So that one's that one's working. This I just put a placeholder buy and boil, tiny size, just so I can have it on my blotter. So when it does turn, yeah, Michael, I'm not the silver and gold guy. That would be Gomez, Steve Gomez. He knows more about those miners and things. He talks me into want something every now and then, and I end up getting hurt. But he trades them better than I do. That disappoint X always gets sloppy. That was I made some money scalping that today, day trading. But I know better with that thing. It gets always gets so sloppy. I'm gonna be tempted to fade this Nordstrom again if it can't. This is kind of the level it broke down. When look at an AI chart when you see it over 28 a share. I don't know if that's a question, Peter. Let's see. To me, yeah, that's too extended for me. But I'd like to have maybe seen it earlier today, but didn't. All right. Market's trying to dig in a little bit. Goose. Yeah, I noticed that goose coming through the Barry's option scanner earlier. Yeah, that's a hard one to gauge. Maybe a good one for day trading, but boy, that's something I'll stay away from. For swing trading, that's for sure. It's ABCL, nice little rounding rounding bottom pattern. Kind of it's breaking out of its moving averages now. Boy, that's a I don't know where it's gonna go, but something that was on my list today. Any good China comms today? Are you talking about China stocks? There's some. Here's my little China watcher. I'm not trading them today just because they're uh, China stock. Is so weak. The market was weak overnight. You can see the K Web's down on the day. Took a little short in that JWN at 40, 35.40. I'll just give it like 10 cents. I mean, this is going to head back down, or I am going to get out the high of this bar right here, 49. So yeah, I'll just give it 10 cents. Yeah, I shouldn't be trading on this Friday afternoon, but this is the area it broke down from earlier, right around this 43, 44 level. So take a little shot there. So, well, look at that thing. It's over a dollar move today. That's a what is that? A 50% move. Where's my there it is. Yeah, 55%. Yeah, that TME had some good moves recently. TME. Let's see what it's doing here. Yeah, nice little tried to sell off this morning, bounce back above its that's a nice looking daily after a big move. Just it's sloppy, but it's not anytime it falls down, it's being bought. So, but like I said, a lot of these things I haven't been trading them a whole lot lately. Been trading a few of the EVs just because of Tesla doing so well, but a lot of them are just kind of stuck right in the range. Yep, and that was a quick out on that J. That was dumb. That was just stupid Friday afternoon trading. That's just throwing money away. Small. All right, let's see here. Let's. I hate looking for opportunity on the on a Friday afternoon, but because it's so sloppy. Talked about that band being a good entry right there off that fast line coming down. Had a nice move and just took. I did a bar reversal. Kind of nice there. Now we can see we're kind of clear, and this is what Barry kind of tells you all the time. Look left and see where it might go. Well, it looks like that's where it ran into last time. It gets above that, then we're probably talking about this 32 area. But you do have some little stuff over here. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to how much more it's got in it today. That's for sure. XLF going to highs as we speak. There's a couple of good stocks. Let's see, been on my radar on my watch list lately. Morgan Stanley was one of them. It's kind of it was on this day. Finally, looks like it's trying to get going. Let's take a look at some of the big banks. Bank of America, nice move today. Citibank, that different tune there below its moving average. Not sure why the gap down today. Must have had a downgrade or something. Yeah, somebody's adjusting. That's somebody else. Oh, it's Citigroup adjusting other people's targets. Sage is on the watch list today. Couldn't get anything, couldn't get through this high, but keep a eye on this price alert. Maybe if it breaks through this level there, it's a nice resistance line that if it does get through, could tack this wick over here. Could be a nice move there if it ever gets through there. Flex is another one after earnings, sold off a little bit. But all right, you guys have any questions or any stocks you want to look at? I'll be happy to look at them. What's Goog doing here? Goog's actually getting a little tired. I gotta see. I hadn't even looked at my. Oh, this was what a nice one there. No, no, I'm using. You probably have this one. You probably got it from Chris. I started using this relative strength from Open. This is one that Chris uses. The one I was using, Fast Cars. I was just for some reason I was missing some of the good ones. Uh, oh, Pac B's kind of popping its little head up, but I don't know if you have this, and I'll share it. You probably have it from Chris, but I'll throw it out there just in case somebody doesn't. RS is going to be relative strength from Open Race. What are my current swing holdings? Pretty much have them all in my blotter here. Now, some of these I've been in for a while. Like I told you, that Google, I'm in from 96. Um, Crowdsource, this is one was in 100, and then I bought some more in after hours the other after Meta's earnings. I bought some in after hours, and then of course I scalped out half. But this is one I think, guys, if you're I really think this one can go and go big. I mean, this was a 60% haircut. It hasn't bounced with the other ones. A lot of times I'll try to catch some of the lagging, set. You got to be careful because in most cases they're lagging for a reason. So you don't go in and buy a huge size. But this is one that I'm in, and like I said, I've already scalped out. I've been in and out of this thing now for about 2 weeks. You can see my total P&L over here is different than my today's P&L because I've been, I keep a core position. I talk about this all the time. Okay, when I just like I did with this Google, I kept a core position. I scalped out of most of it and then kept a core position. That way, you won't kick yourself like I did with Meta when I bought Meta over here at 90. And I made some good money, during this, but I wished I would have kept my core position because look at that move. It just I have That's a problem when you're staring at the market of all the time. It's just so hard when you see, hard down moves not to just go ahead and sell and get out. But I'm going to try with that crowd strike to keep a core position on that one. As a matter of fact, it's on highs and maybe going through. Uh, Boy, I talked about this. This is just this is not for the faint of heart. I just took a very, very tiny position on this boil just because when the rubber band gets stretched that hard, like in UNG, a lot of times what I'll do, and I do not, like I said, I do not recommend this style of trading, especially if you have a hard time, playing tiny size and not adding until it starts working in your favor. But it's something that I do. Maybe it's one of my downfalls. No, but I did it with Meta. I did it with Netflix. Yeah, I know nat gas is different, but still. Norsem's changing its tune now, trying to poke its little head up. Uh, RIVN, you can see I've been in this one since 18. Okay, I bought it on this pullback on that. You can see the moving average. Now, I've also been day trading this, but I bought some on this pullback here, just one I want to be in. I've already scalped out. I've already scalped out of some, just got some remaining. Rum is one I took yesterday. I like the chart. Not as long as it closes above this 10 period moving average, I'll be happy. Steve pointed this out to me. I think he's in it. So that's one that I just bought yesterday. You can see I've been in since 1483, way down here. Scalped out of some of it and still got a pretty decent position in this. Once it's very like that crowd strike. The arc had a huge move and this was lagging, so I took a chance on that. SoFi sold most of it. I do have a little bit in from 669. Bought it on this day after earnings. Tyson, tiny bit. I was looking at I'm probably going to sell this though because it has earnings on Monday, I guess, pre-market, and it's just not doing anything. This was the trade of the week. I bought, and I'm a little bit underwater on that one, but not big, only half size. See if I missed anything. Hood, I'm in. I haven't made a whole lot of money on this one. I kind of botched it. I got nervous and sold some of it for a tiny loser, I think. But anyway, trying to see if I missed anything. Neo, about to be done with this one. If it can't hold these moving averages, I've done very well with it just because I know I trade this very well. I buy it on pullbacks and stuff, but this is just my last chunk that I may have to finally get rid of. See if I missed anything. Nope, that's it. Oh, Lee. Lee, I'm in, and I'm thinking about adding today. Now, this is one I scalped out. I've been I scalped out half of it. I kept half, and I'm thinking if it holds this 200-day moving average, I'm liking this chart. Uh, but it is China, so you got to be careful. But it's above all its moving averages. If it holds this 200, I probably going to add today to that one. Yeah, you know what? It is, but it's not like it's day trading size where I have to be on top of it all the time. So this is mostly swing trading size. It's a lot easier to babysit swing trading size than it is to babysit day trading size. And ABCL is just creeping higher. No volume. Be scary to trade that one. Pac B is on highs. It's a nice looking chart there, but gosh, they're hard to trade. Just like this fold, man. Every time you think it's going to go, it's difficult. All it is poking its little head up. The same pattern was developing over here, and then it just failed and came right back down. Just got to take your spikes and these PSNL. See, well, that wasn't that the one Barry was talking about earlier? Yeah, kind of poking his head up again. Oh, I think I forgot to talk about plug. Yeah, I didn't talk about plug, did I? Yeah, once again, scalped out of half of it yesterday. Got up to that 200. Still got half of that one left. My answer in what? BB Swing, could you please explain I'm sorry, I missed your question, BB. Could you please explain what is the difference or unique about the relative strength at the open race? Well, this is I'll do my best. This is actually uh, Chris Chris's scan that he race that he shared with me. Basically, it's just looking for relative strength uh, based on the change from the open. Okay, so it doesn't matter where a stock can be down on the day, like this AVDX, but if you look to where it opened, this morning, it's showing some really good strength. And as a matter of fact, it looks like it's trying to go to highs. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be up on the day. See, so if you do change from the close, this one would not appear on your alert or race at all because it's still down on the day. You would only show stocks that are up on the day from the close, which a lot of times, if you look, example at Apple and Google, I mean, if anybody looked at them, well, Apple's actually up today, but let's say, take for Google, for example. It's like, oh, Google's down 2%, had bad day. But if you look from change from the open where it opened, it's been quite strong today. So that's and then of course, this is just looking for relative strength. So it has to have strong relative strength. So if you look at the relative volume up here, all these are going to be high relative volume. So they just cannot be strong from the open. Look at that SINT. My goodness. They have to have now, even though this is only reporting 0.22 relative strength, look at the volume that's coming in. So uh, I'm not sure. He probably using I don't have the scan where he got this from, so guess I could look into it, but uh, it probably has a 1 minute or 5 minute volume filter in there, so it does report. Wow, what a move that was. Good Lord. Beezer, another one that's gap down on earnings, but starting to get a little pop. So change from the open. Ooh, look at that grind. You talk about bottom fishing. Yeah, most of my trading is swing trading. Okay, I do dabble with a few day trades, but uh, having this job with trade ideas just doesn't give me a lot of time to dedicate. I was a day trader for 17 years. I mean, a hardcore day trader. So it's in my blood. So I do like to take the opportunity to day trade a little bit, but for the most part, I like to focus on swing trading. Okay, because to me, it's just a lot easier. You can trade smaller size. You don't get caught up in the emotions of day trading. The swing trading is everything kind of slows down for you. Yes, it could still be nerve wracking at times, but to me, it's just a lot easier to set your guidelines, your rules, and as long as you adhere to them, uh, set your stops. See, swing trading, you can set stops in physically. You got to be careful with day trading. You set stops in, and they're going to know where they're at. Your broker is going to sell you out to the high frequency trading firms, and they're going to know where your stops are, and they're going to go get them if you're trying to put in 5 or 10 cent stops. Uh, Swing trading, you put in dollar, $2, $3 stops, and yeah, that's not going to be really affected, by the high frequency trading. So it's just a lot easier, I think, to really apply your rules to swing trading for me. And I like to use, you know, I'll put stops in on a lot of them, but sometimes I'll just put a price alert in. So in other words, if I'm in this Lee and I'm looking to add to my position. I don't know if I'll do it on a Friday, but I've already, first of all, I've already sold half, so that kind of gives me a little more leeway. I could actually lower my stop since I'm in down here from 23. So, uh, so my stop when I entered the trade, maybe at 21.50 or something like that. Now that I moved up, maybe I'll raise my stop up, and I'll usually just put in, uh, price alert. So in other words, if this thing breaks through the 10 period moving average, I want to know about it because that may be my out. But yeah, for me, it's just, I hate to say, nothing's easy when it comes to trading, but I think a lot of people get excited and want to enter day trading when yeah, you can actually make some pretty good money by swing trading, and what I do called swing scalping. Look for those setups, where you can get a nice move and then you can bang out half really quick, free up some capital, and you're not going to catch me, playing a lot of GEs, or most of my stuff is going to be stuff that can move pretty good, and then I will, uh, I'll take profits pretty quick. I heard a wow. Oh, is that GFF? And a lot of times, when I'm just taking a small position, uh, a tiny, like a starter, I'm not even concerned really about setting a stop, because I know it's just like a one quarter size, a one third size, or whatever I might be doing. Uh, yeah, I'll definitely, keep an eye on it. And you got to remember too, it's different for me because I'm always watching the market. I'm here from open to close. Okay, so you don't have to be on top of it as much as somebody who may have a job that they can't watch the market all the time. Okay, if that's the case, you got to put stops in. You got to use stops. There's no way around it. Zyme alert. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, this is one that's been trying to poke through this level. Absolutely no volume, although some volume coming in a little bit right here in the 1 minute and 5 minute time frame. Boy, just hadn't done anything since it's had these, a couple of moves here. Not something I'm interested in right now. Look at that. Nordstrom just changing its tune totally. Wow. Weak from the open for half a day, and now it looks like it want trying to get strong. That's why you don't get stubborn. I had a little pop there. Heart test laboratory. tell you what, look at that. They're trying to squeeze these. They have to flip and go long this thing.
So Andy, did you do that on purpose?
What did I do?
You said I'm in lead, and then you said, but I'm going to give it a little bit of leeway. And I thought that's pretty that's pretty good. You probably don't even remember you saying that.
Ah, okay. No, I missed
I was
that.
just it
Okay,
just
I was
made me
wondering what you're
it just
talking about. Yeah.
amused me.
Yeah,
You
okay.
said I'm in lead, but I got to give it a little bit of
Give a little
leeway. I
leeway.
thought, okay, what if you did that on purpose, or it was just
Man, I did not, man, but
uh,
I'll take credit for it.
all right, all right.
Oh, man,
Hmm.
do you have a nice little break there?
Yes, I did a little workout,
Oh,
and
nice.
now I'm munching on my apple just to finish,
Oh,
and here we go. Yeah, into the. It's been a. You know what? Ever since Monday, this has been a very engaging week for me. For me, it's and if you're running and you've done this in the past, so you know what I'm talking about. It's not so many. It's not so much about how many trades I actually physically take. It's about, can I generate some interesting ideas all day long?
yes. Oh,
And
man.
sometimes it can be deadly. Because then
Yes.
I'm sort of scratching and saying, "Wow, what can I even talk about?"
I know.
But
I can't
since
imagine,
Monday,
yeah, how you dance for so long sometimes.
yeah, well, it's I just have to always tell myself, and tomorrow's another day. Just because today was kind of boring, and I'm
Yeah.
literally almost nodding off. I'm going to get whiplash on my neck one day. With the sudden jerk. Oh my God! I hope I didn't say anything while I was, or was I snoring, or you know. But no, this week has been just an amazing week, in my opinion. Anyway,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
just
It
for
has.
interest, just for interest.
For sure,
I
man.
mean, I actually created a new race. I think I popped it in yesterday. I don't know if you had a chance to even
Okay.
see what I
No, I
was
haven't
doing,
seen
but
it. No.
high short interest plus the change from the open. So what I was,
Ah, okay.
yeah. So very
I think,
interesting.
yeah, I think Steve has one of those as well. Yeah, but
Hmm. Okay, well then I can't take credit for the idea, but but yeah, because of all these high short float interest stocks that were just really moving, I thought, well, why not just create a race on it? I only have like minimum, the minimum is 15%, and I did not put a max float, or a minimum, yeah, max float. Kept that
okay,
kind of open, because sometimes, even if the float is 500 million, but what if it's got 40% short interest, which is probably not going to happen, but you never know.
right.
So yeah, and it's giving me some really interesting ones to look at. Really interesting ones to look at. So, but you don't want to. And by the way, JP asked about. I don't know if you want to ask him, or answer him. Talk about more detailed information on how to use the races. I'd probably start them off in the user guide and just tell them to go to the stock rate. Well, I'm talking to you anyway. Yeah. I guess I can tell you right now is, go to the go to this user guide, go to stock races, and that'll give you, the basic idea about what the races are all about. And now, when how would you answer the question, Andy? How would you use the races? How would you answer that question?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, you still have to trade, Barry. It's like,
Yep.
what's going on with the market here? But
Yeah. Oh, so
uh,
we're getting that.
yeah, that's it. I mean, it's almost like a scan, Barry. I mean, you have to. Now, I just don't look at like the winner every time. I
No.
look through. I just like to look through them and see, which ones look good on the daily pattern, and
Hmm.
that's the kind of the way I like to look at it. But
Well, the top 10 list, I mean, it's a watch list, and it's automatic. You
yeah,
use it like that, right? You don't, yeah. So,
yeah,
I mean, I know there are others who don't, I can't
no,
understand why anybody wouldn't want to see that, like a top 10 watch list, as opposed to the other way in which you can display the data. But anyway, I would say to JP that, you're given a top 10 watch list, that is constructed over the course of the day with the ones that win the most races. And then you can follow those stocks all day long.
there you
Just
go.
because something hasn't won a
Yeah,
race in 2 hours, click on it in the watch list, see what it's doing. See
yeah.
if it's at a in a it's starting to break out somewhere or break down somewhere, or is it near a moving average you like, or a VWAP. All sorts of ways to do it, but it gets you to focus just on a like a real finite number of stocks all day long, if that's how you want to use it.
Exactly, exactly. What I love about it is that's different from a watch list is you do know the ones like this Clorox. You know, compared to all the others in this race, that this is having the move at the current time. So
Right.
if you were just looking at a watch list, this may be down, number 15 on your watch list, and you wouldn't see the move that it's making in real
Never.
time. And that's the
Never.
beautiful thing about uh, a
Yeah,
watch list.
I like it. I like to call it kind of a hybrid between a top list and an alert window. It's a,
Yep,
because it works sort of in that fashion. And
yep,
so there you go, JP, if that makes sense to you. But what I would absolutely do is go to our guide and check the stock, check the TI stock racing. There are about 4 videos, and there's all sorts of great explanations about how you can start your own race. And you people ask all the time, can I just run races on stocks I want to follow? Of course,
yep,
you can create your own symbol list.
absolutely.
You've
Yeah,
got 10 or 20 or 30 stocks you'd like to follow all the time. Attach it to the top list, launch the race from it. All
yep,
sorts of ways you can use it. Andy, you are now 1 minute overtime, so
that's
get in
right.
that car, beat the
All
traffic.
right. Well, I got a few things to do before I do, Barry. But listen, you have a great
Okay.
weekend, and everybody have a
You
great
too.
weekend out there. All right.
Okay, Andy.
Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye bye. All right, guys. I am in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, I'm back in all the rooms. Just talking to Andy. So yeah, JP, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So this is what, in case you haven't seen, this from the website or from my homepage. Oops. Just give me a moment. There were 2 links I accidentally copied. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then go to the education section and then go to the user guide and then it's TI stock racing. So it gives you a good solid basis for what it's all about. I think there are 4 videos. Yeah, 4 videos. The race startup, configuration, etc. Okay, so that'll get you started. The basic concept. But as Andy said, it's just if something is you're seeing something moving in the race, click on it and see, like Goose right now, Goose 21.26. So you look at it and you go, okay, a little bit of a pullback. It would be nicer maybe if it pulled back to the VWAP, but that's up to you, of course. So when somebody says, how do you use the race? Well, as Andy said, you still have to have some a basis of trading stock. Just because something is leading a race or has won a race doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. But it gives you something to focus on. Here's a nice top 10 list or this top 10 list on the larger cap gainers. Hmm, that's because they did it while I was on break. Yeah. When did they do it? Yeah, 12:56. I'm sorry, 12:50. I'm just looking back, 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 back. Looks like they did it at 12:50, so I was still on my break. That's why, and that's terrible. Yeah, I can give you that to you, Iris. That's terrible. Okay, so there it is, Iris. Okay, so Keyshawn, you can only turn something into a race from a top list window, okay? So any top list window can be turned into a race, okay? Because every top list window has this. So here's a top list window as an example. If I right click, launch real-time stock race. So races can only be launched from a top list window. Yeah, I'm sorry, Prana, you asked about AI, is it too late? Well, you gotta, if you look right here, I mean, this has been on a tremendous run. Yes, there's a $30 price target put on it. Um, but I mean, it's already called it somewhat extended over the last, it's almost, not quite, almost doubled in what, 5 days, 6 days, not quite, but I mean, the hard part is now because I mean, going from 15 to 30, and there's the price target of 30. But I really don't like answering questions like that because if I say, yeah, it's too late, and then uh, it's up $15 on Monday, or no, it's not too late, and then it's down to $15 on Monday. You know what I mean? I'm not an investment advisor like that. You know, some of this you have to make up. You have to sort of look at this and go, well, I mean, it looks kind of extended, but doesn't mean it can't keep going. It doesn't mean that, but I look at that and think it's kind of extended. But it's got the buzz. AI, as I said, it's probably the best symbol out there right now to be, it's AI, and everybody's talking about this, Chat GPT, generative AI. Hmm. Well, okay, there is a way in which you can just see the symbol one time, okay? If you do a history, if that's what you want, that's about the best I can do for you. You could, okay, I can show you how you can do that. And in order to do that, I have to refresh my memory. So let me just do something here. Okay, so I've taken this out. So here's an alert window. And so typically if you do a history and I do, today, I'm going to see, or the time frame, I guess you could pick time frame, but in order to get it, because whoops, this is the don't repeat though. So that's, give me a moment here. Okay, so this is the one. So yeah, typically when you do a history, and today, you're going to see the same stock over and over and over and over again. So if you just want to see the first time it was alerted, the very first time, let's see if I can do it right from here. If I can't, I know how to do it, but properties, view mode, group and sort by, symbol, there we go. Okay, so I know I went through that quickly because I wasn't 100%. Oh, do you know how to do that? Okay, good. I went through it quickly because I wasn't sure I could do it from the history feature, but yes, you can. So I'm assuming then that if you do your history time frame, I've never tried on the time frame, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. The thing is, though, you may not, if what you're trying to see, yeah, if you want to see, like this is for today. If AI was yesterday, you probably wouldn't see it. Also, yeah, see one entry per day per time period. That I don't. You can try it, but I don't think so. I think you're just going to see the symbol the one time. So if AI showed up yesterday and you only want to see it yesterday, so you could put the time at, you could expand this time column and there's your date. Okay, so I'll do it one more time. Okay, so typically if I right click, history, today. So it's going to show me every single occurrence Okay, that's the typical way, but if you only want to see the stock the very first time, today, right click, go to properties, view mode, another box will pop up, group and sort by, and sort item symbol. And just, this is a drop down, so make sure it says symbol. And then okay, now you'll see it the first time. The problem is you may have to do it for every day, because I don't see how, if you pick, so first of all, did that work? I can do it again, but and you can sort on the time if you want. Well, you can pick the order you want. There's 9:57, so that's in. So you can pick the order you want. So there's the first alert down to the last alert. So did that work for you? I can do it again. It's nothing that is intuitive, that's for sure. So again, all it is this. Oops. Properties, view mode, group and sort by, and make sure symbol. Symbol is what you want to group and sort by. So you'll only see the symbol one time. Are we good? Okay, so you have to be in an alert window. I mean, you have to be in an alert window, right? So right click, properties, go to properties, click on properties, and you'll get a pop-out box with actions, show strategy memo, and one of them is view mode. One of the options is view mode. Okay, so you have to go to properties. Okay, again, right click your alert window, properties, and the minute you hover over properties, this box will pop up, and then go to view, scroll down to view mode, and then the next box will pop up. Ah, you're in a multi-strategy window. Yeah. That's correct. Yeah. That's not available in a multi-strategy window. No, it's okay, but you just know this. It has to be from an alert window. But your issue may be this. This is for one day. If I go to the calendar, I'm sorry, when I do my history and I pick a time frame, and you might want to go like for the last 5 days, and so you check that, and then you do your history, and then you do that view mode, you'll probably only see the stock one time anyway, you know? So again, what I was trying to say is if AI, you could have seen AI today, but maybe AI in that window, in that alert window would have been yesterday also. You probably won't see it. You won't see it you won't see it the one time each day. So you'd have to, be a little bit of work. You'd have to pick your time frame and do it like one day at a time. I don't even know what all means. I guess it just means today. Yeah. All right, guys, so we're in a bit of a choppy day now. I mean, we had that big drop in the pre-market, beautiful move up, a little bit of a base. So we had a bit of a, just as I was taking my break at noon, we had that red candle. Will pop up, and now we've got a couple of red candles here. So Keyshawn, did you hear my answer to you regarding turning your scanner into a stock race? Okay. You know, PSNL may not be over, guys. I mean, it's held the VWAP now, and it's a little bit over for the highs were 425. Pre-market high was way up here at 460 odd, 465 or so. May not be over. You know, the weekly chart, 558. 558 is the next high in the weekly chart. So this may not be over. Hey, my pleasure, Jason. Keeps my mind going. You know, sometimes, you know, I feel like right now for me, a bit of a downtime, you know, not as much happening as earlier. So fully prepared to answer all questions if I can. There's no issue there. Hmm. You know, just as I was getting into the room, yeah, this had this big pop, this HSCS had this big pop, got all the way up to 329, pulled back to 3. And of course, looking left, 327. What did it get up to? It got up to 328. Amazing, isn't it? Almost to the penny. So it got up to that, right to that level there, which is 327. It got up to 328. And then the next, oh, I can't see that topping tail here because the H is covering it, but the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 425. So you can kind of see if it can get back up to that 327 mark. I'm going to stick an alert there. I'm going to stick an alert there and see what happens if it does, because it could get traders interested. You just can't see that that candle here on the weekly candle back in August of last year. You can't see the topping tail, but that's up to 425. All right, guys, I think it's time for me to do my video. And I'd be really watching this BBAI like a hawk, just because it's got AI in the name, and you know that's all it's going to take, perhaps. And it's got that low float, 7.4 million in the float. Okay, so I'm going to do my video now. Let's see, it's 120 now, so should be back by about 130. All right, guys. Oh, I forgot to mute myself in our YouTube room. That's okay. Um, okay, I'm back. Okay, guys. PSNL, having that lift here. PSNL having the lift. Not in it. Might take a look at it if it breaks the high of the day. Yeah, I mean, I've been throwing the phrase meme stock and all that. I mean, what's been happening though is I think there's just been a focus on stocks with high short float percentages. So like the Carvanas and the SIs and all that. Call them meme stocks, call them whatever you want. As William says, I mean, a group gets a hold of it and won't let it go for a few days. Okay, good, Keyshawn. If it's working out for you, great. Just easier for me to say the memers have got a hold of it, okay, rather than some Reddit crew or something else. Just easier for me to say it like that. That's all. Check this one out, guys. Let's see, how much more room does it have? 358. Yeah, it's not bad. PRQR. Check this one out. The next high looking left is 319, and then after that, it is 358. So if I can get through 319, say 320, 321, that's what, 30 odd cents to that next level. So for a $3 stock, again, I'm never saying it's going to get there, but at least it's got the chance. And this is having a bit of a move here. I remember this day when it had 88 million traded that day. Yeah, so the market now, we're an hour, well, 45 minutes down, 45 minutes down. So we're in that sort of a choppy mode again. Up, down, up, now big down. See, Cano, CANO is showing up on my, right here, right there, CANO. Well, let's take a look. 151 on the weekly chart. 150. The next high is 226. So yeah, I guess it's got a little bit of room. Yeah, look, actually, yeah, the daily chart, the same thing. 211 is the next high. Oh yeah, it's got some room. Big float, 177 million in the float, but pretty high. Yeah, that's sort of my minimum in that new stock raise, 15% short float. Yeah, Carvana doesn't look very good right here now, guys. I mean, moving with the market, not as dramatically as the market is, but underneath that VWAP now, 1473. So it's quite a bit underneath that VWAP. Maybe there's some support around 14, maybe. But this market is, yeah, we're definitely in sell-off mode for a while anyway. You're making me look at this one. HLBZ, HLBiz. Yeah. Panel grants HLBiz's request for an extension to comply with continued listing requirements until March 31st. Well, they'll have to do a reverse split. There's almost no question. They'll have to do a reverse split in order to get that share price over a dollar. I'm assuming that's still one of the requirements. I haven't looked at the requirements. I mean, I know there are other ones, but I'm assuming that is still one of the major requirements over a dollar, and that's way under. And they can talk all they want about nailing the evil short sellers, naked short sellers, but it's going to take more than that to get this over a dollar on its own. All right, get this off my screen. This looks like it might be ripe for a bit of a short here, guys. Twist, TWST. I mean, there it is at the VWAP, 2542. It's an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings. It's been basing for quite a while. But if it takes out this VWAP with any authority, this could just continue down. The low of the day was 2370. That was back here. That was the opening 15-minute candle, got all the way down there. So you know what? I mean, it might have a little drift down towards there. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yes, I'm eating something, Pepe. Okay. Be finish in about 30 seconds. All right, guys, I'm back. Vino, I'm pretty sure it's, unless it changed today, it should be NASDAQ stock. Okay, guys, MSGM. So it did their financing. Scummy, yes, very scummy to do it. Wrote people up here thinking, okay, because all traders are looking at, okay, 3 days, 2 days ago, got up to almost $50. Maybe try to trade around here, and then they announce the financing. Boy, Amazon is in danger again of losing that 100. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's getting a little bit light on my alerts now. As this market, especially if you want to go long, I mean, right now, this market is selling off. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have an hour and a straight hour down. And then this is the next 15-minute candle just started. You're right. It did hit even in the pre-market. You're absolutely right. It got even above that. Overstock. I like your comment on it. Not using AI. That was William's comment about overstock. Well, just following the market. I mean, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look, five red candles, five red candles. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, Amazon obviously had their earnings after hours yesterday, and market reacted not great. But since then, so it did get up to, is that right? It got up to 114 in the pre-market. I guess yeah. I mean, it was trying to rebound somewhat, but anyway, with the market doing this, how's Meta doing though? I mean, is Meta following down? Yes. So, there's probably not too many stocks, especially stocks that obviously usually track the market, are not tracking the market. That didn't make sense. Stocks that usually track the market will probably be looking like this, some not as dramatic. I mean, Meta is, trying to base a little bit. Pepe, I got a question for you. Anybody with, I'm sorry guys, I'm going to deviate just a little. I need some technical help. Anybody with AirPods? Maybe you don't use them? You don't use them. Okay. Okay. I need somebody who has AirPods. Are you telling me this it's a health hazard for me to be using them? They're the most comfortable things I've ever found. That's why. Not the not the pros, but just the ones that kind of hang in your ear. Really? All right. Well, if I don't show up for work on Monday, you'll know why after using them for about 3 years. All right, Larry. So what I need to know is this, and I apologize, guys. I won't take more than a couple of minutes. So one of them is buzzing. Okay, one of them is buzzing, and I know there is a way. Wow, look at it, guys. HSCS just made a new high here. This 327, 327. Very risky though. I mean, it's got such a low float. What's the spread like? 320. I don't know why it's moving like this, but so anyway, one of them is buzzing, and I recall, without having to go into the Apple Store, I recall there is like a hard reboot or something. Putting them in. I don't use an. I'm not. I don't have Apple products other than my AirPods, but I know there was some way to sort of do like what's called I call it a hard reboot within the case itself, and that seemed to cure it one time, but it was a long time ago. I just can't remember if that makes sense. Yeah, a hard reset. A hard reset. I did a quick search the other day, and I didn't see what I was thinking. I'm not talking about disconnecting it, taking it out of disconnecting it. I'm talking about like something called like a hard reset. And I sort of did that. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. I think I did that. Didn't seem to help. They may be just damaged now. I don't know. Or the one just has an annoying little buzz every now and then. And I've got two pairs of them, and the other pair is perfect. So okay, thanks. I will. Okay, thank you, Jason. Okay, thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Um, PSNL, guys. PSNL trying to make a new high for the day. PSNL. P Saturday Night Live. PSNL. So which one are you talking about, Billy? You're talking about the histogram here or the line? The line is the money flow index. I may get rid of it. I mean, I'm really not following it that much. I mean, in theory, if it's very, very high, that means it's overbought. If it's very, very low, it's oversold in theory. So are you talking about the line that you see? Or are you talking about the histogram, which I don't talk about anymore because I have no idea when or if it's going to be available to you guys. So I don't want to torture you guys anymore. PSNL, guys, PSNL. It looks like this is at the high of the day, right? Yeah, almost, almost. There's that blue line right there. Not quite the high of the day. The high of the day is 425. It takes that out. It's got some room. The high on the weekly chart is 558. Yeah, that didn't work, Ija. Forgetting the device. No, that didn't work. Goose, guys, Goose is still strong. Look what it did. It didn't do this. This meaning, if you look at the SPY chart, it did not have this big 45 or hour straight down. It kind of, a little bit of a downturn, but certainly not a lot. It's had a really, really good recovery from yesterday's earnings release. Great recovery. I mean, it's actually gone positive. Well, positive all day, I guess. There's a bit of me that says just take a couple of shares of this BBAI and see what happens, for a while. Just see if this fact that it's got AI in the name is going to juice it like the other one with AI, not just in its name, but as a symbol. All right, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock. I might shut down at around 3 if it's okay. It depends on what happens. If we get all of a sudden some big market turn and things are popping, I might hang around a little bit longer, but otherwise, I may just shut down around 3 o'clock. Look at my price alerts. My price alerts keep me out of so many trades. And count the number. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. Look at the PSNL. I had a price alert set right in that area, that blue line. If you can see my 15-minute chart, see the daily chart. Did not. It came close, but it didn't. It didn't activate. So consequently, I did not. I don't try to anticipate something's going to happen. I wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, it keeps me out of a lot of trouble. Okay, to make this day complete, what we need are about 4 or 5 giant green candles to wipe all this out, just to show how crazy it can be. Another scummy little company doing well, at least they did it pre-market. They did their financing pre-market. Edible, EDBL, I think it was at 650, way underneath that financing price. But you wonder, this stock got up to a few days ago, $16, $17, and they have to do the financing at 650. You too, Jamie. Have a great week. And man, no sports, no football, no hockey. My wife's happy. Yeah, I watch the World Cup, and that's about it in terms of soccer or football. But I do get into it, man. Well, you know what, guys? Goose is basing nicely. If it gets some volume and pops through this area here, 2169. I mean, it's still got some room to run for the balance of the day. It is not. It's not tracking the market that closely right now. Yeah, no, it's if you like football like I do, the last few weekends with Saturday and Sunday games, yeah, but she understands. Well, guys, I'm really just going to keep an eye on the BBAI, see if it had some kind of a late day. I am toying with the idea of just taking a few shares. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy. I'm not taking thousands of shares or anything, but just to see if this fact that it's got AI in the name, very low float. This is not a recommendation to anybody else do the same thing, but I think they had some press release back here. I don't think it really was talking about generative AI though in this press release. I don't think so. But if I'm these guys, I'm just going to put out some PRs that we joined the Chat GPT crew. Hey, they've hired a good PR firm then, if that's what they did. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The new, well, the first news of PSNL I see is at 8:45 from Reuters. There may have been something earlier, but then again at 8:37 or 11:37, 12:34, they're putting that same press release out. Okay, guys, well, let's throw this thing open. Any questions? And I'm going to shut down around 3. It's been a nice, satisfyingly. It's been a long week, but it's been satisfying. As I was saying to Andy in our YouTube room, those of you on YouTube heard me talk about it. It's not so much how many trades I take, but if I can start to, talk about different things during the day, different types of setups, things that are interesting. That just makes, for me anyway, it makes it a lot more interesting. Obviously, there are some days what are just deadly, and that's when I'll love to have questions. CGTX. How did GILD do? Gilead. It was an earnings play. Yeah, just sort of boring. Yeah, so Hall, I mean, you see the same setup over and over again, or the same type of setup over and over again. And if you practice in the simulator, I'm not just talking to you, but to anybody, and you practice in the simulator and it seems to work, that gives you a lot more confidence to pull the trigger. And you're going to be wrong sometimes, of course, but as long as you have a stop, then that should be fine. But you're absolutely right. Have the confidence to take a trade. But how do you get that confidence? Well, you've got to see maybe a similar setup over and over and over and over again. That's why it can take months. Okay, well, let's see what happens in this next 15-minute candle on the SPY. Can we get a big giant green one? Okay, BBAI teasing here around that 5 mark. All right, guys, I'll be right back. No, there's no time in sales, no L2 for trade ideas. My answer is going to be use your broker. That's all I do. That's my time in sales, etc. Within Interactive Brokers. Well, okay, how is Ford doing after its earnings? I know it got hammered down a bit. And is it just, yeah, well, look at that. It's at the VWAP, 1325, right at the VWAP for Ford. F. Meanwhile, guys, HSCS is starting to explode. Look at this thing explode now. I'm not in it, but it is exploding. We talked about it right around here. The next high is, well, that's right. Remember, I was saying the next high, it's hard to see on this weekly chart, but it is 425. Okay, so I shared yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I'm not, I mean, I can give you the template, but look at HSCS, guys, exploded. So I'm not sure what your question is, though. Or I'm not sure how to understand what your question. Here it is, and so you can, this is something that you can use. I'm just talking generally. If you're trying to find something that you see a stock that did something, and you think, wow, nice to have maybe a bit of a strategy that would show similar situations down the road. Okay. So the idea then is you can have, these are all different filters I've got up here, and you can have as many as you want. And what would happen is, well, let's just do one. Let's just for fun, take edge. We'll take this one, single symbol, and we'll take the HSCS. That's the symbol, right? There we go. And we'll use a trigger as a new high. Okay. And I think I have it on that view mode. I think. No, I don't. Do history today. I say I do a history today of it. Okay. So now before you go, oh my God. First of all, this is advanced, super advanced, super advanced. You don't have to learn this. But if you want to know what our filters were seeing at all these different time frames, so you might say to yourself, okay, what was it seeing when it made a new high right, right there, at 329, that was the price. Okay. So you can go back, and right there at 329, that was the volume, 44 million. There was their gap. But you might say, okay, what relative volume was it? So, well, obviously very high. Here is the volume in 1 minute percent, 4,000 high, 2,200 in the five. So you can see what it's showing you is all the values, all the filter values that and again, you can choose whatever filter values you want. These are just headers, and it'll just tell you. And so then in theory, you could take an alert window, and you can start to say, okay, if I create an alert window with, I mean, I'm just going to make this up, with 60 in the relative volume and 4,000 volume 1 minute, et cetera, all these values. And then will I see another stock like that? Give me a moment, please. So to convert a strategy from a multi-strategy window to this window without manually adding their criteria, I still don't know what you mean. Not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, you have to take the alert window out of the multi-strategy window. So now it'll be sitting on its own. And then if you have one alert from that window and you want to see the filter, I mean, that's all you can do is check to see what the filter values were. All these different filter values were at any time. And again, please don't get not to you, Jason. This is very advanced. Okay. Certainly nobody has to use this or learn how to use this. It's only if you're thinking, wow, how could I find a stock that did this? Okay. And what were the values? So what filter should I use and what value should I put in that filter? And then you create an alert window like that and start running it on Monday and see what happens. So when you say their criteria, are you talking about the filter headings? Are you talking about the headings here? Yeah, well, you'd have to add them though. I mean, you have to add them to there's no automatic way to do it. So for instance, here's my gap continuation or reverse multi-strategy window. Let's break one out, gap up and go, break it out, open the alert windows. Here are the filter headings that I've got. Okay. So if I wanted to see, I'd have to, if I don't see them here, that's why I have so many here. Okay. So there's no way to sort of, if I can understand what you mean, to somehow have these filter headings show up here automatically, or am I not understanding? So all you have to do is create this stock. I mean, I can give this to you. You can have as many filter headings as you want. Sometimes, some might not be important to you, but they're there and you can just kind of pick and choose the ones that you want with the values. Does that make sense? And then, you can just pick something from the alert window and just pick it and, do the single symbol and just see what the values were at certain times. Probably not what maybe it's not answering your question. Well, it may not do what you want it to do. I mean, again, this is for people who really want to back test and test their strategies. Test a symbol. What did it do? What were the values? Can I build a strategy around it? Then you can back test it. But again, very advanced. Most people don't back test at all. I don't. Back testing takes a lot of time and patience and effort. And the time is the one thing I don't have. Ah, it's very lightly traded, Tank. Extremely lightly traded. This is not. That's why. I mean, I know why you're talking about. It's my wife's company, and this is a big part of our in her. Well, they've got like a lot of companies, of course, the stock or the employee stock purchase plan. So built up quite a few shares over many years, and it's it held well, but it doesn't trade very much. Yeah, this is nothing, but we're really happy. $75 Canadian is its all-time high, and it's at $71 Canadian right now. Well, there have been some, again, talking shop here, but there have been some pretty nice price targets put on it. $90 is one, 85 is another. I mean, listen, this Canadian dollars, okay? So right now we're in, again, we're $71 Canadian. So listen, if it got up to 90, you may not see me anymore. All right, guys, here's a little bit of a move for Getty, Gety. NFT play. Haven't seen too many NFT plays for a while. We did see this the other day, 3 days ago. Pop up to 725, had a big day, closed at 640, so it's above yesterday's high. You got that right, Tank. I do love it here. It definitely keeps the mind active. Look at Getty, guys. Not a low float. It's 200 million in the float. Some volume coming in. See if there's any. Let's see any specific news on it. Yeah, so I'm not in this one, but yeah, if you're in it, you can. The next high is $6 on the weekly chart for HSCS. So it definitely has some room to run, and another low float. Old traders never die, they just short away. That's funny, Walt Barn. That's from our YouTube room. Here's another AI sound, AI Inc. SOUN. These should be, could be very interesting next week. The BBAI and this one next week, just because it's got AI in the name. And, traders are going to be looking at this AI and thinking, man, I missed that run. Is there another one that could do something similar? And I'm not certainly not saying that those other two could, but the mentality of traders, because I don't think that there is any specific reason for this run other than it's in the sector. I don't know if I don't think they had any specific news that was really causing this. I know Davidson put or Davidson. There we go. Davidson calls it a truly scarce asset. A buy rating of 30. It's a killer app for AI, giving the company the opportunity to monetize its investments in the space. All right. So I guess in theory they did have, I don't know if these other companies have done the same thing, but they have a suite of products. Hey, here's another one, just another one out of nowhere, guys. QUBT. Now, don't tell me this is AI. I mean, quantum computing. Why not? I mean, it sounds when you read what they do, it seems like yeah, something that could easily be in that sector. QUBT, not a low float, 44 million, but all of a sudden it just ran. Keep an eye on the BBAI guys. I mean, it just has that look. All right, why not this one now? IDAI. IDAI. Sub $1. Anything with AI in the name right now. Anything. Got up to, well, last week. All right. Last week it got up to what, 176? Yeah, I'm not a fan of anything to do with All-Star games. Maybe the home run contest in baseball. That's about it, though. Watching a NHL All-Star game, the score is 20-15. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this BBAI. All right, so the big AI, now it's down through the VWAP 26. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, BBAI, BBAI. I don't know if you've heard me talk about it, but BBAI. I'm not telling anybody to buy it, but it's pointing out the reason why it's probably moving. So let's take a look. I mean, there was the first alert for it at 10:44. So there is the blue arrow showing on the 15-minute chart where the first alert was. So it just meandered. Well, I wouldn't call it meandered. I mean, there were some topping tails and bottoming tails, but and now how about this qubit? Is it doing anything? QUBT. This seems like this is another AI play, guys. I mean, I may be wrong, but it seems like it could be. Just reading what they do, quantum computing, etc., developing novel algorithms and solutions, utilizing quantum, etc., etc. Seems like it should be in that space. Well, the next level, as I see it, is up here. It's over 562. I think 574. 574 where it's at right now. And then after that, the weekly chart, this is the big level, 1052. I'm not saying it's getting there, as you guys know. I'm just sort of pointing this out. Now that's on the weekly chart. I don't know where it is on a daily, but I'm for some of these, I'm more looking at the weekly chart. That doesn't mean it's getting there. And remember, it is a low float, way lower than the AI is, okay? Way lower. That's got 86 million in the float. And look what it did. I'm not saying BBAI is going to do the same thing at all. I mean, they came out and said they've got a suite of AI products or something like that. I don't think BBAI has got anything like that, but it's just trader mentality. That's all we're talking about, trader mentality. Don't be afraid to manage the trade in terms of, taking some profit and this and that, because of that float. While it's wonderful when it's going up, it's not so wonderful when it's moving down. Look at the volume, 44 million, 21 times normal. Now, all these guys have to do is saying we're using AI in our with whatever we do. So if anybody's in this one, that your next area of interest is 425, and that's the HSCS. That's the next high on the weekly chart. And then after that, if it ever took that out, 6. Well, the way I look at any of these things, it doesn't matter whether it's in this so-called AI sector or anything that's a low float. I always like, if I get a quick pop, I'll always take some off, because then I can kind of hold on. If it goes back to where I bought it, okay, I made some money, but I can hold on to the rest in case it does the crazy thing. Okay. But that's just my style. And how much I take off is, there's no, it's not like I take a third off, 25% off, 50% off. It's how I, like how much did it move? How much room does it still have? Things like that are always, you know, tormenting me almost. Like, what do I do? What do I mean, we're all, listen, for me, there's no scientific reason for taking some of these things off when I do. It's more of a gut. That's why. Okay. Okay. How did Getty end up doing GETY? Yeah, it kept going a little bit anyway. Just come out and say we're using AI to identify the best NFTs. Retire this year? You never know. You never know. I wouldn't mind sticking out for 10 years doing this, which would take me to 2025. So that'd be another 2 years anyway. Well, there is, I don't know whether it's good or not, but I had it here. Let me just see if I can find it. It was the one that, yeah, I don't think it's trading very much. It was something to do with Winston, with, IBM. Let me just see if I can find it. I'll get rid of the minimum volume. I think that's probably the reason I'm not seeing it. So let's just get rid of that volume and I can show it. Hmm. I'm sure I had it in here. Did I say Winston? I meant Watson. Yeah. I could have sworn I had it in here, but I guess I don't. AIEQ. That's the one I was thinking of. AIEQ. Just one moment, please. I should know better. I shouldn't have answered that one, but the old suspicious activity in your Amazon account. You better call us right now and make sure you give us your credit card number because we have to give you back your money. It is pretty sad though. There will be people that say, "Oh man, okay, I'll do it." Well, that's why I take my break at 10, between 12 and 1, no till. Between 12 and 1, it gives me an opportunity to do some exercising. That's the big thing, doing some exercising. Sitting, for 7 hours is not good for anybody. So gives me an opportunity, about 15 to 20 minutes of some pretty vigorous exercising and wandering around and resting my head, resting my brain. Easy, Walt Bird. Funny. That's funny from our YouTube room. Okay, I'm Mux. Can you take out three today? We have a nice little weekend. Let's see, what 290? Probably not. Probably not. Held the VWAP though. Look at that tank. Look how that nicely held the VWAP for IMUX, IMUX. By the way, Tank, it seems like you're here now virtually every day. Does that mean this is it? Because I know you had another job, I thought, and or is it just it for a while? And by the way, yeah, Majestic, I was told. I guess it's what is a character from what? Probably not my demographic. But so that's Tank Majestic. Mr. Majestic? Gotta be you told me it's a character from something. Oh, Mr. Majestic, of course, an old Bronson movie. I didn't know he was called Tank in there. I thought it was more of a video game thing. That's an old movie, Mr. Majestic. Yeah. I can't wait for next week. This 10-day daily breakout, I mean, it has been absolutely amazing. Not every single stock, but I mean, if you can get, even four or five that just absolutely rip, holy smokes. And there's the BBBI again. Okay, so Qubit did not keep running that much. Not bad. I mean, 251 up to 270, but no, did not sustain it. I'm just trying to really nail this down if this is truly going to be considered in that sector. There was a time where I hardly even looked at the 10-day daily breakout because just the way the market was, and it was really, if somebody said to me, well, you can only have one scan, and that would have been it, it would have been my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, of course, over the last year, that was really working well. So many stocks were breaking down, approaching all-time lows. So, there were some amazing shorts in here. But we're starting, I mean, obviously, I mean, with most of the major sectors over the 200-day moving average. In fact, I think all of them. Yeah, the only one I think is consumer staples that's below the 200-day moving average. I think. I did see JAGX earlier, Cam. It came here. My movers up versus down. I did see it earlier, and yeah, they did the reverse split a while ago. Was that a one for 100? Well, I'm not sure what okay, one for 75. Thank you. There was one that was one for 100, as I recall. All right, guys. I think maybe I'll just call it a week. We've got another maybe 6 minutes or so. I think we'll shut down at 3. So if you want my scans, here they are. That was Cal. That was one for 100. Okay, thanks. Okay, again, so there's my homepage link. Obviously, more information there. Please, if you want to take out a subscription, use my link, my homepage link, use my promo code. Yeah, I get a little credit. That might keep me going longer than 2 years if you, okay. But seriously, use my code. There's the Trading 101. If you're new to trading, great series. If you're new to trading, spend this weekend taking a look at these videos. And if you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos, my stock of the day video, trade of the week. I don't think it did not trigger this week. I don't know what Steve is going to pick for next week. Here are my scans, guys. Here are my scans. So there's that 10-day daily breakout that I've been talking about. And of course, the 2 races, and then my actives up and down that I use in the pre-market. So save my link, and you can take a look at my scans and that big education section anytime you want. Yeah, I don't think they'll spring a financing on us, will they, Tank? They won't they wouldn't dare. Yeah, some things are really starting to give it up again, guys. Silvergate, SI, starting to give it up. Basically, more or less tracking the market. Boy, I mean, the next low looking left is 1393. I don't know what you mean. Do I get a kickback for super chats? I don't know what that is. So I'm going to answer no. If I don't know what it is, I guess I still don't know what it is on YouTube. I saw your reference earlier. I still don't know what it is. So I guess the answer is no. Or maybe I do, and I don't know. How would I know? Would it be YouTube? No, I mean, I don't, I'm pretty sure I don't. I don't even know what it is. So, okay, everybody, I think if you don't mind, I will wrap it up now. So let me just get the script in. Yeah, you guys have a great weekend also. And let me just get my script in, close room. Okay, everybody. Yeah, well, thanks for all the help all week as usual. And I'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. So we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And next, YouTubers. Again, thank you guys for all the help, of course. And we'll see you guys Monday morning